meeting to order. Good evening, folks. We have a few meetings we're going to be following this evening. We have, first off, our special meeting of council that is going to deal with some planning issues. And I know how excited you folks are to hear about all that, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to divert from that part of the meeting and go into our committee of the whole, which is our second agenda, and that's followed by our council meeting. Because I know you folks don't want to stick around for the planning agenda, and with the blessing of City Council, I'm going to go into the committee of the whole. That will include the singing by St. Therese here, of Vote Canada, along with Mr. Joe Longfellow. And we're going to go right into our presentations, and then we'll go into the planning side of the meeting following that. Members of council, if you don't mind, I like to do that, so that way these folks don't have to sit and listen to a lot of the most exciting stuff that we have to deal with this evening. So with that, I'm going to call upon Councillor Barbara Butters to start us off with a prayer, and that's going to be followed by the national anthem by Mr. Joe Longfellow alongside St. Therese Catholic School. Councillor Butters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Heavenly Father of us all, we come to you with great gratitude in our hearts in this most holy season. We celebrate the birth of your Son, whose gift and message of peace, of joy, faith, and hope for all people sustains us to this day. We pray for strength and guidance and opportunity to share with others, to conduct ourselves in a manner pleasing to you. In all our deliberations, in our families, with our friends, our neighbors, all our little ones, we ask your blessing and protection. In Jesus' name, amen.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
As I state after every national anthem, Joel, well done as always.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My pleasure as always.
Thank you. And as most of you folks know, Joel is kind enough to come out every second Monday, sometimes every Monday, to lead us in our national anthem. And he's kind to come on out and spend his time to lead council in the national anthem. And by all means, we need that. Because if you sat around the horseshoe and listened to some of the councillors sing, Councillor Steele, you'd understand why we have Joel come out. But by all means, it's the least that we can do to say thank you to Joel this time of year, being Christmas, and express our appreciation as a council, as a community, with his kind time that he gives us in leading us with national anthem at our meeting. So Joel, from all of us to you, have a great Christmas, a holiday season. Really rest that voice, and we look forward to seeing you back here in 2012. Merry Christmas Day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not a job. It's a pleasure.
Great. Thanks, Joel.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Folks, it's our privilege this evening to have with us, do you guys know St. Therese School? I think I remember going to that school when I was in grade 5 to grade 8. And I tell you, I was in there the other day, and that school hasn't changed at all. Hasn't changed at all. So you guys got a great school there, and I can attest to that. But by all means, folks, sit back. We're going to listen to a few carols from St. Therese, the students of St. Therese, led by Miss Breton. Amy, welcome to you as well.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
And God bless you and send you a happy new year.
Sorry. And to all the students of St. Therese, you folks in particular, thank you for tonight. Thank you for coming out and blessing us with your very, very beautiful voices. It's great. It's a great way to kick off the meeting. It's a great way to kick off the holiday season. And to all of you, I wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, a safe Christmas holiday, and we look forward to seeing you folks in 2012. Enjoy. God bless. Members of council, if we can proceed on with the meeting, if I can get a motion to confirm the agenda, please. Councillor Steele, Councillor Butters, questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Madam Clerk, are there any addendum items this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. None this evening.
Thank you. Any disclosures of interest? Members? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a conflict on item number 7 as an employee of that firm in the report is a client of mine.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Further disclosures, members? With none, members of council, determination of committee items requiring a separate discussion. Councillor Kenny.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll poll 7 for the conflict, and I'd also like to poll 11, 17, and 19. Thank you.
Further members? Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. Item number 2.
Further to that, members? Councillor Bodner, Danch, Doucette, Elliott, you're good? Butters, Emery? Everybody's fine. If I can have someone lift item 1, 2, please. Councillor Kenny. As well as item 10. Councillor Demeray. Dan, I'm going to let you have an opportunity to speak on that. Members of staff, are there any items you want to highlight this evening? Mr. Heil, any?
Your Worship, everything's fine at this point.
Madam Clerk, you're good? Thank you, members. We'll now move on to approving the items not requiring a separate discussion, please. Mover and seconder. Councillor Demeray, Councillor Danch, are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. We'll now move on to presentations, and I'll do those from the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, as well as students that are here this evening, it's a wonderful turnout for the last meeting of council, and I'm extremely proud that of the presentations that we're going to be making this evening. We're always excited when we get to speak about the accomplishments of our young and young at heart throughout our community. In particular, this evening, we've seen the youngsters from St. Therese here, and to give us a great evening of song. And listening to those grade 6s to 8s is a great thing, especially during this time of year. As well, we're going to be recognizing many students from Colborne High School this evening, and others that have given us not only sport and singing, but also public speaking and art. and we're going to recognize once again those students that grace our community and that, quite frankly, make us extremely proud of their accomplishments. First off, folks, we're going to recognize students whose artwork, as you can see here in front of the chamber, was chosen for the Mayor's 2011 Christmas card. Just some background, ladies and gentlemen. Every year we obviously give out Christmas cards on behalf of you, the citizens of Port Colborne, members of council, my office, and of course city staff that go across the entire world, not just here in Niagara, not in Port Colborne, in Ontario, Canada. In fact, we have close to 950 cards that go all over the world: Germany, Asia, Africa, Japan, China, and as well throughout Canada, throughout Ontario, Ireland, thank you. On behalf of all of you, on behalf of the city of Port Colborne. So it's a privilege on behalf of you to be able to do that. But of course, every year we need those cards designed. And we do that. And I first want to thank all the children of Port Colborne for taking the time to provide me with their artwork depicting scenes of a community Christmas here in the city of Port Colborne. This year, I received over 250 entries from almost every school, and I want to thank the principals as well as the teachers from each one of those schools who encourage their students to provide me with their artwork. We even had students coming in off the street, not even with the school, they're just dropping them off in our mailbox and hoping to be chosen. And I'll tell you, folks, it's really hard. Every year I have a real tough time going through all the art. It's just great. We get them right from the little ones all the way up to grade 8, and it's really difficult to choose the winners, but we have to choose 5. As I've said before, and I want to make this very clear, I don't look at the names or the schools. I don't do that. Their names are on the back, and what I do is I'll go through the individual artwork, and then from there I'll bring it down to about 10. I'll give it some thought, and then I bring it down to the 5, and there you are. Then I look at the names, and it's always ironic to see who some of those are. We had one student who won 4 years in a row. What can I say? They were good and they deserved it. So, and this year actually we have a young lady that actually is on her 2nd year in a row. So we have some great artists in the community. As I said here before, the talent that we have here in the city of Port Colborne is unbelievable, whether it be art, sport, or other activities that our youth take advantage of. And it truly is a pleasure. It's the very least we can do to actually bring all you folks out here tonight to recognize all those great people and the great students that we have here in the city of Port Colborne. Also this year, all the winners are from grade 6, and they're from 3 different schools, actually. And there is going to be, as I said earlier, some tough competition again next year, being that those are in grade 6. I'm sure they're going to be back next year and the year after to compete in this competition. Each of the 5 artists selected will receive a framed copy of the card, as well as an enlarged copy of their picture here that's in front of chamber. These pictures were actually displayed at last week's Santa Claus parade on my float, the council's float, with the families and of course the artists on the float themselves. The first 4 students have their artwork on the inside of the Christmas card, and the 1 student has their card on the outside. So, first off, I do want to call up Audrey Willoughby, a grade 6 student at St. Patrick's Catholic Elementary School. Where's Audrey? Audrey, congratulations. Well done. Do you have your 5-minute speech ready? No? And there's some cards for you and the family as well. Okay. Great job. Great job. Audrey, before you leave, you can actually take this with you, okay? So I'll give you a chance when we're all done here. Okay, great. The next student I want to call up, Alexandra Cloak, a grade 6 student over at St. Patrick Catholic Elementary School.
Thank you.
Well done. There you go. And I thought all a Cloak can do is hold a hockey stick. Alexandra, great job. Great job. You showed your dad up. The next individual is Rebecca Rizzo, grade 6 student at Dewitt Carter Public School. Good job. Awesome job. Congratulations, son. Now for a third year in a row. This was the girl that was on the float giving you the wave. She had the wave down pat. Catherine Mullins, for the third year in a row, now in grade 6 at St. Patrick's School. Do you have your speech ready? No? Congratulations. Well done. Folks, you can see their drawings here. They are in order from first to fourth, and of course the front of the card is right here in front of me. And the front of the card was designed by a young lady, Desiree McEachern, a grade 6 student at St. Therese Elementary School. Congratulations. Thank you. There you go. And once again, I do want to thank and take this opportunity to thank not only the artists who contributed to these Christmas cards going out across the world, but also to the teachers, the principals, and of course the families who encourage their kids and their young ones to come on out and really take part in this. We often think about everything else that happens in our lives, sports and recreation and other things, and theater and arts, but how important it is that our young ones get a taste of everything that they can offer to society and to our community. And by all means, you youngsters, you guys did it. You really showed us how proud we should be, and we are of you. And hopefully those folks from across the world that see your artwork will feel the same way. So to all of you, Merry Christmas, and thank you very much for your contribution. Now, if you guys want to come up, you're more than welcome to right now, and get you can take these home with you, and put them right in the front window. A mom and dad's room. Would you like to get a picture? Okay. Yeah, sure. Why don't you get Desiree? Come on up here. We're going to get a big picture. You guys want to come up here? Get a picture. Okay. Okay, let's get you over here. I'll get that one right in the middle. Very good. Okay. Good luck. Why don't we back her up? Back you right up. Okay. These look good here. Good up here. Good job, guys. Merry Christmas to you. Well, folks, once again, we're going to take this opportunity to recognize even more of our students here in the city of Port Colborne. It's my pleasure this evening to recognize the Port Colborne High School junior girls basketball team, who were most recently named the SASA champions. Port Colborne High School junior basketball team who went this year. Actually, you guys went undefeated this year. Awesome. Awesome. They actually went undefeated this year. And obviously, going undefeated, they went on to become the SASA champions. First off, I want to take this opportunity to introduce members of council and those in the public to a very dynamic duo here in the city of Port Colborne. Two folks that really not only work at Port Colborne High School, but having worked with them on many different projects and many different initiatives, and just simply going to the school, I can say with a great deal of confidence, these two folks live, breathe, and have a passion for Port Colborne High School and their students. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the principal of Port Colborne High School, Mr. Nigel Evans, and the vice principal of Port Colborne High School, Ms. Ann Kennerly. Folks, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you once again for your very kind invitation this evening and for all of your continued support of Port Colborne High School. Mr. Mayor, I want to take the opportunity to thank you for your recent attendance at our Aboriginal welcoming ceremony. It was a wonderful event, made all the more special by your attendance, and I thank you very much indeed for that. As you were aware, Port Colborne High School has a tradition of excellence. The last time that I was lucky enough to be able to address council, we looked at the above the provincial average, above the board average EQAO results. We celebrated the fact that Daniel Dressel was the Canadian welding champion. And good things continue to happen at Port Colborne High School. We've recently introduced a very successful rowing program. And over the weekend, our robotics team, and this is the first time we fielded a robotics team, in the Southern Ontario Championships, there were 70 schools represented, and I'm pleased to report to Council that Port Colborne High School, on its first ever attempt, finished 4th. As we are all aware, though, academics and technology are very, very important parts of education, but there's more to education than that. There's also other aspects to a well-rounded education, and I'm thinking here really of character and of values. And sporting events are an occasion where we can celebrate character and value. The young ladies here, as the Mayor has just said, went 15-0 this season. But you should know the full story here. Last year, they went 14-1. They lost in the final of the SASA Championships. So this year, their goal, right from the very, very outset, was to go all the way. So that was their first thing, the goal. Then the hard work and the diligence. I want to tell Council that we're blessed in Port Colborne with wonderfully committed teachers and coaching staff. And Mr. Grover, who's declined the opportunity to come up this evening and speak, Mr. Grover is a wonderful coach, and he has spent many, many hours in holiday periods. This wasn't just we lucked out and we've got a superb group of athletes. We have a superb group of athletes who are very, very dedicated and coached by a very, very dedicated coach. So this year, when they saw... I went to a number of the training sessions that the girls had and a number of their games, and it really was, it was a pleasure to see, and this is where the character and the values came into it. I heard Coach Grover say to them, fun, fitness, fairness, and leadership. Come on. Fun, fitness, fairness, and friendship, and the leadership component as well. Thank you, I stand corrected. He gave them numerous speeches about, what time they could stay out until at night, how old they could be when they dated. I think it was 24, how how they should have the same characters as his own good wife. It was quite the thing. And they knew these speeches off by heart, and they said that this was the great thing about the season being over, was they wouldn't have to listen to any of his speeches anymore. But anyway, so a plan, determination, skilled preparation, all these things went into it. But prior to the last game, last two games, the semi-final and the final, I went along to listen once again. And Coach Grover said to the young ladies, he said, there's one other thing that I want you to take into these championship games with you. And that is, I want you to show tenacity in your play. And so I said to Coach Grover afterwards, I said, well, why did you include that final bit on top of the fun and fairness and fitness and whatever, leadership? It's all in there. And he said, I know that at some point we're going to face a team that physically probably is a bigger team than us and a better equipped team to win. And I want these young ladies to be ready for that occasion when it happens. And Mr. Mayor, Council, that did happen in the final. When we played Father Guido School from Hamilton, a very, very good basketball school, when we played them in the final, if you'd have just looked at the two teams coming onto the court, you'd have thought maybe a mismatch. But our girls, our ladies, were more than up to this. And when the coach was talking about tenacity, he wanted, if a ball went free, he wanted them first there. If a ball was to be wrestled for, he wanted them to win it. And so they brought all the skill and all the finesse and all the determination, but they also brought with them that tenacity. Council, this group of young ladies epitomise what is good about the city of Port Colborne. They have a plan, they have a determination, and they have a sense of community that allows them to stick together and see it through. Ladies, I know I'm talking for the entire city here when I say we are very, very proud of you. Your parents are proud of you. Your teaching staff are proud of you. But most importantly, you should be proud of yourselves. Congratulations. Thank you.
Before I go on to the players, I do want to present this to Nigel on behalf of his school, Port Colborne High School. As Nigel stated, Port Colborne High has just done so much in the last couple of years. And I think, once again, in his words, these young ladies epitomize what the city of Port Colborne is all about when it comes to that true grit, to going out there and really showing those other communities what the city of Port Colborne has to offer. And I have to say, I know a lot of these girls. I've seen you guys playing ball since you were this big. They played with my daughters for many years. And you guys have you got it. You really do got it. And when you guys go out there, always remember one thing: you're wearing that Port Colborne on your jersey, and that really counts. And for you, and as Nigel said, on behalf of the entire city of Port Colborne, we're truly, truly proud of your accomplishments as a team, but equally as important, your accomplishments as individuals, because this is something you're never going to forget as long as you live. So it's my pleasure, Nigel, to you and to Port Colborne High School, in recognition of the outstanding contribution by the girls' junior basketball team and their achievement as the 2011 SASA champions. On behalf of members of council and all the citizens of the city of Port Colborne, congratulations. The dedication and commitment of the team has inspired your community. Win today, walk together forever. On behalf of us, congratulations. So now, it's your turn. I'm going to call on the players of the Port Colborne High School champions, and if I can call out first off, Sarah Arhart. Where's Sarah? I just want to say a speech. No. We now have Carolyn Booth. Where are you, Carolyn? Well done. Speech? No. Sorry. Olivia Carr. Where's Olivia? Madison Edwards. Great job. Corey Fuller. Brianna Hawkins. Emily Johnson. Now, I imagine this girl was out of the basket a few times. Jasmine Kickert LeBeau. Jasmine, what's your head? Good job. Good job. You get that girl the ball into the net, it's going in. I'm telling you right now. Rachel Roy. Now this is one girl, and she played with my daughters, and I tell you, I watched her play since she was this big. She will chew her way through a wall to get that ball in the net, believe me. And it's because she's a Rustin, that's why. Separate Rustin. Nicole Van Netter. Kelsey Wixton. Did you play basketball?
Yes, it did.
An injured one. Great job. And last, the coach, Mr. Scott Grover. Scott? Good job. Good job. You want to say something?
No, I just want to pose for you.
Well, in closing, I do have to say, once again, to all you girls, great job. You guys really represented the city of Port Colborne very, very well. We're very, very proud of you. We expect you guys to come back here next year with another medal, of course. You know, a lot of you guys are rookies, I can see that, grade 9, so we're looking forward to you folks coming back and winning another one. Now, seniors, how many of you guys are going to senior next year? Most of you. So you're not rookies, so senior next year, bring it back to Sasa. But great job, guys, and as your principal said, and I know this from watching you guys since you were young, you guys did have the tenacity, you're going to continue to have the tenacity, and like I said earlier, you're representing the city of Port Colborne, and we're extremely proud of what your accomplishments are, and we look very much forward to seeing you guys achieve more in the future, not only on the court, but in life. So great job, guys. Well done. Okay, another student from Port Colborne High School. It's my pleasure to recognize this evening recognition of Caitlin Lander. Caitlin, are you here? Where are you? Caitlin, come on up here, Caitlin. Caitlin this year is the winner of the District School Board of Niagara monologue competition. She's a young lady, as you can see, with big aspirations, believe me. I think she's going to be taking my job pretty soon. But well, who was that? I should have known. Caitlin is from Port Colborne High School, and she's excelling in performing arts, most recently through the District School Board of Niagara monologue competition. I would like to call her teacher, Miss Amy Converset, forward as well. Amy, come on up to tell us a little bit more about the competition that Caitlin was involved in. Amy, welcome.
Port Colborne High School, I first want to talk about our Specialist High Skills Major program that we have in Arts and Culture, which has allowed Caitlin to compete and experience some of the things outside of our school. Our high school is one of only 3 of its kind in the Niagara region. Students who are enrolled in this program have many opportunities outside the high school setting to learn and perform with professionals in a variety of arts disciplines. In fact, our dance program was recently featured on television for our work with the Toronto Dance Theatre. Recently, the District School Board of Niagara held a monologue competition for senior students in all of the high schools within the board. A monologue is a performance by one actor, Caitlin. Each student had to memorize and choose a monologue from a specific play, and then Caitlin had to play that character at the monologue competition. All the actors who participated in the competition had the opportunity to perform at the Shaw Festival Theatre in Niagara-on-the-Lake. Prior to the competition, all of the participants worked with a professional director and actress who gave them feedback about their performances. A week later, each actor performed their monologue for the same professionals, and at the end of the competition, it was announced that Port Colborne High School student Caitlin Lander had won first place in this board-wide competition. Caitlin is just one of the many talented students at our school. She not only has won this monologue competition, but she's also involved with our improv team Punchline, our dance team Flex, our vocal group Frequency, and she's the lead actress in our musical this spring, Little Shop of Horrors. So please help me to congratulate Caitlin on this amazing achievement.
Thank you, Ms. Composite.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So it's my pleasure today to, on your behalf, members of council, as well as those citizens from the city of Port Colborne, to present to Caitlin, stick around, in recognition of your first place finish during the District School Board of Niagara monologue competition, on behalf of each member of City Council, more importantly, on behalf of the citizens, your neighbors, your friends, your family, here in the city of Port Colborne, congratulations. Your dedication and your commitment to your education reinforces the values evident throughout our community. We offer you best wishes in your future. Congratulations. Welcome. There you go. It's all yours.
Oh, okay. I'd like to thank Ms. Commerset, my teacher, for all the opportunities, and my family, and I'd like to thank the Academy, all you little people. Thanks a lot. You're great.
That's great.
That's true.
Yeah, try to hold her down the next couple of years, eh, guys? She'll be watching. Watch your seat, guys. Finally, members of council, a person that used to be a student and today is now retiring. An individual that many of you know, some I hope for good reason, because we are talking about a former Niagara Regional Police officer here. But I'm not looking at you, Barb. But it's our pleasure this evening, members of council and members of the community, to recognize a 34-year veteran for the Niagara Regional Police who calls Port Colborne his home. This fellow, Mr. Brent Simons. Brent, can you come on up here, Brent? Members of council, on April 25th, 1977, Brent Simons commenced his career as a Cadet 3 with the Niagara Regional Police Service, becoming a 4th-class constable on April 16th, 1978. During his career, he was posted in Welland, in St. Catharines, here in Port Colborne, Niagara Falls, was part of the Criminal Investigation Branch, and was one of the original members assigned to the Major Crime Unit. Brent was promoted to Sergeant on August 23rd, 1998, to Staff Sergeant on September 2nd, 2001, and to Inspector February 23rd, 2006, and finally to Superintendent on March 1st, 2009. During his career, Brent received several, and I mean several, Commander-in-Chief commendations. A couple of months ago, Superintendent Brent Simons retired from the Niagara Regional Police Service with just over 34 years of service. We would like to present Brent with a plaque to commemorate his retirement, and I think it's an understatement, and I have to say this, I have to digress from my notes for a second. As a member of the Police Services Board for the better part of the 2000s, I can honestly say, with a great deal of both knowledge and confidence, this guy right here has been through thick and thin within the force, has been involved in many, many investigations, some very, very, I'll use the word traumatic and dramatic, has done a great deal of work within the service itself, has worked with a great deal of people, both within the service as well as within all the communities he's worked in, and in the capacities that he's held, he's done a job second to none. I thought, I have to say this publicly, I personally thought that if Brent would have retired, he could have possibly been the next chief of police, because he's done such a well job here on behalf of you, the folks of Niagara, but as well, even those from outside of Niagara. So it's the very least we can do to bring Brent out here and truly recognize the contributions that he's given to his community as well as the entire region of Niagara. And it's the very least we can do. And I say this often, Brent, when we have people retiring, if it was up to me, and, you know, I'd send you to Cuba for a couple weeks, or anywhere you wanted to go, but they won't let me, so it's their fault. But
My taxes.
But it's my pleasure, on your behalf, members of council, but more importantly, on behalf of the residents of the city of Port Colborne, to present to Superintendent Brent Simons, in recognition of 34 years of dedicated and outstanding service to the Niagara Regional Police Service, on behalf of City Council, colleagues, and all the citizens of the city of Port Colborne, the contributions, Brent, that your efforts have provided to our community and to the region will be everlasting. Congratulations. Welcome.
Members of council, thank you very much. I haven't really prepared anything, but this is certainly wasn't expected or not even necessary, but it's very much appreciated. It's very thoughtful. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Brent.
My wife was going to come tonight, but she's got a terrible head cold.
Hey, folks, we live in a great community, don't we? Wow. Wow, it's just amazing, amazing. Members of council, I'm going to move on to delegations right now. I see Mr. Augustine's in the gallery here, so I'm going to give Mr. Augustine the opportunity to come up as our only delegation this evening with respect to the status of the unsafe conditions on Elm Street. Mr. Augustine?
Thank you.
Come on up, and welcome. Great to have you out.
I don't know if I'll be welcome after I leave.
That's all right. If you just want to press the gray button there, and the floor is yours, Mr. Augustine.
You can hear me now? Well, I'm not here as Santa Claus, and I'm not here as Ebenezer Scrooge, and I'm not here as the man who stole Christmas, even though it's getting close to that time of the year. I'd like to say something first, that I was born here, raised here, and I always supported Port Colborne in any way I could. And I've always looked forward to the good things that have happened here. But once in a while, some things do go awry or off. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I was optimistic when I was received on September the 12th, but now I'm pessimistic due to the lack of communications from council since then. I'm led to believe that the situation on Elm Street was not a priority that needed to be addressed. In other words, forget about it and it will go away. Now, I was told this is an arterial road, and we have to be careful what we do so as not to impede traffic. I had hoped the council would have looked at this with a little common sense to see if they could solve the problem instead of just referring it to staff. Council makes the final decision, not administration. By the way, when I sought help with this problem in the past, the former CEO, or CAO, I'm not sure what he was, Mr. Cottrell, told me he had not brought my suggestion to council because he did not want to. A current member of council, when I spoke to him personally on October the 6th, flippantly replied, "Don't bother, it will take council 2 years to do anything." I'm not sure I really agree with that statement. I have the feeling that my ward councillors feel there is a problem. My conclusion is they don't feel that there is a problem, but I have to say it's all members of council, just not my members only on my ward. My conclusion is this is due to a lack of communication from all of them. I might say something here. When I was elected as a regional councillor, I had a few concerns, problems from people. And I spent months out investigating what they were. I looked at alternatives, whatever could be done. I wasn't always the happiest over the results, but I was able to at least help some of the people some of the time. Not all of them, but I did it because I looked into it. I investigated it. I looked up the history of things to see what could be done. It had to do with the Drainage Act. It had to do with the overpass on Wilhelm Road at Forks Road. It even had to do with the removal of the tracks on Elm Street. The only thing I'll say about that is, and it's nothing to do with any members of council here, is the person, the MP, that gave Port Colborne the money was not recognized. And it doesn't matter what his political stripe was. I did feel bad about that. I really did. Because Port Colborne, to me, is always, as I said, a beautiful city. There was a lot of swimming. We could do things as children that many people can't. And we had a good police force then, too. We really did. They knew every one of us, which wasn't good for us either. But to go on, to reiterate my concerns, the most pressing ones are the number of preventable accidents that have occurred at this corner. Regardless of circumstances, the lack of visibility at the corner of Park and the tracks was a factor in each. For example, an accident involving a motorcycle traveling south on Elm Street collided with my neighbor exiting Elm and making a left turn on Park Street. The motorcycle ended up on my boulevard on my front sidewalk, and I saw the poor man laying there. It wasn't nice. A young girl attempted to bring the issue to light by suing the city, only to be told that she had not filed her intentions on time. You have to do it within a week. Excessive speed involved in an accident wherein the vehicle left the road and slammed through my fence, removing 4 of the posts. When I talked to some people about it, not you people, they said, well, just put your insurance, get them to fix it. Insurance costs taxpayers money, whether it's their cars or what. In Ontario, we do pay a high cost for insurance. And it's because of some people that, as they said, fraud and other things. And this really got me. Some drivers heading southbound became impatient at me, slowing down in front of them when approaching the tracks before making my right turn and give me a honk on the horn. The reason why I slowed down and looked, because during the winter months, sometimes the snow gets piled up, furrowed so high, you cannot see even traffic coming out of Park Street, let alone the people on Park Street looking to the left to see people coming over the tracks. Now, I believe the citizens of Port Colborne have looked to me in the past and present to address this specific problem because of my 10-year history as a regional councillor for Port Colborne. And I don't want to let them down and be perceived as not caring enough to try and help solve this issue for all of us. I don't have much more to say. I don't want to bother you people with all of this, really. But I did have a petition. It wasn't my idea for the petition, believe it or not. But I jumped on it when I was told it. And I still believe, after thinking it over, that if a stop sign were involved or set on Elm Street, just before Princess Street, with a sign, or a light saying stop sign ahead, like we have on Elm Street at Forks Road. We have at other places also, I think. So I think this would be about the best. My first suggestion was a concave mirror or convex, so you could look in the mirror and see any traffic. They tried that down on the end of Elm Street, and somebody decided it was good target practice. So that one didn't last very long. Then another thing was a speed bump. Darn it anyway, speed bumps I don't think can help because of the fact that you can get jarred around. If it's bad, really bad weather, and you hit a speed bump, you'll have to go skidding around, you'll be in a worse accident. So I would hope that you would consider very, very carefully, take the time, come around my place. I'll show you the things that I would like to. And you know, when you come home and find your fence knocked down, thank God it didn't hit the house, because it must have been going pretty good. And I think it had to do with the icy conditions. But speed was a factor. Should have never happened. And also, there are a lot of students that crossed over in that intersection. Now, if something ever happens there, I don't know. But taxpayers are the people that pay the money for anything. Federal, provincial, municipal, boards of education. We do pay taxes. And I would like to make a little prayer saying that I hope that snowplow isn't in use that much in town this year. So it could save us money too. Doesn't need to be in use. So I do thank you, members of council, Mr. Mayor, all the members, staff, and Ken, if I may, I want to wish you a very happy holiday, a Merry Christmas, and good health.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
good luck to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Augustine. Members of council, are there any questions or comments to the presenter? Councillor Kenny.
Thank you. Mr. Augustine, I went there and sat with my car as well, and you're correct. And I was wondering if consideration was ever given to have a sign that says no exit left onto Elm. That would be probably the easiest solution than putting up stops if no exit to the left. So that's where the problem is, because turning right's okay, but when you do try to make a left-hand turn onto it is.
Park, yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Augustine?
May I answer that?
Sure.
I've thought of that too, but that does impede traffic coming from the lights. They don't want to have to stop and make another stop, really. And also, in the wintertime, that's a slight grade. It might not be that easy. You cannot keep the roads clean and clear and unsalted all year round, or during the winter months, completely. And another thing is no left turn. How would they get into Park Street? They would have to go over the tracks, go around the block, come around again, and go into Park, because the property belongs to the apartment building.
You're thinking when you're on Elm.
On Elm, yeah. The other thing is, the city never had a 1-foot right-of-way reserve at the end of Park. And that did cause a problem in the very beginning. There's other factors I could speak about. I don't think it's pertinent to all this tonight, and I don't want to take your time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Mr. Augustine. As members of council do recognize, Mr. Augustine was in attendance at our September 12th meeting and expressed his concerns then regarding the unsafe driving conditions at the intersection of Elm Street and Park Street. Specifically, an obstructed view of oncoming traffic for vehicles turning from Park Street onto Elm Street as a result of differing roadway elevations. I think you folks watching on Cogeco and members of council as well as staff recognize that there is a different elevation with the tracks there, and of course the result being some challenges when either entering into or coming off of Park Street. Mr. Augustine requested then that council install a stop sign on Elm Street at the intersection. It was then moved for staff direction by Councillor Steele and seconded by Councillor Elliott, the two ward councillors, that the Director of Engineering and Operations be directed to prepare a report examining different options to improve traffic safety at the intersection of Elm Street and Park Street. So I'm going to ask Mr. Hanson to give us an update on how far along he is on doing just that. And then if members of council have any questions, yes, you can. Thank you, Mr. Augustine. If any questions from members of council or staff, feel free. Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This project was added to our list of projects and tasks following the September meeting. Our engineering manager is looking at this particular intersection. There was a previous design prepared a number of years ago. That design has been resurrected for review. We're reviewing the collision rates at the intersection and also sight lines. As recently as a week ago, our engineering manager met with Mr. Augustine and had a brief discussion with him on his concerns. We've asked the engineering manager to, when we're ready with the draft report, to again consult with Mr. Augustine, talk to him about our findings, and then move forward. We're hoping to have that report done for one of the meetings in January 2012.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. And also at that meeting, did we not state that we would clear the snow this year as far as the berms build up with snow, that we would clear those back for the sight lines on actually almost, well, there's three corners right there. My understanding is that that was direction of council. I think yourself, Ron, came forward with that and said, well, we can do that one right away. And that's a no-brainer. So that's already been looked after as far as this whole thing goes, correct?
Mr. Hanson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's one of the issues. The elevation of the railway tracks and the clearing of the tracks as it relates to the elevation of Park Street is an issue with the sight lines, and it's a more critical problem because of the snowbanks when they clear the tracks as well. So it's something we're looking at. We'll try to keep the sight lines obviously as clear as we can during the winter operations.
Thanks, Ron. Councillor?
Thank you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Any further questions or comments? One question, Ron. You are involving Mr. Augustine in these discussions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. That was the direction we had, and I've asked the engineering manager to speak directly with Mr. Augustine. Once we have a draft report and some findings, we'll review those with Mr. Augustine and get his input certainly on it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. With no further questions, if I can have a mover and seconder to accept the presentation. Councillor Danch, Councillor Kenny, any questions or comments to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Mr. Augustine, thank you. And to you and your family, Merry Christmas and a wonderful New Year. Members of council, I'm going to ask that we recess, a mover and seconder to recess from this meeting and to jump back to the planning meeting. If I can have a mover and seconder, Councillor Steele, Councillor Doucette. All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. We'll now move on into our special council meeting, and that is to deal with application for proposed official plan amendment, Department of Planning and Development Services, report number 2011-90. The subject, a public meeting, proposed official plan amendment number 86, complete application and pre-consultation policies. Mr. Aquilina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to you, members of council, staff, and those in attendance.
Aren't we cordial tonight?
No, very much so, very much so. Very much so, Mr. Mayor.
Presentation.
Yes, and it will bear with me as I'm fighting a cold here, and hopefully my lung doesn't end up on this counter. But this meeting is being held pursuant to Sections 17 and 22 of the Planning Act. It's an application that has been initiated by city staff, and it's to deal with complete application policies and pre-consultation policies to be rolled into our official plan. Notice of this meeting was given in accordance with Section 17 and subsection 15, Section 22, subsection 1 of the Planning Act, and Section 3 of Ontario Regulation 543/06. Notice of this meeting was also posted on our website and did appear in the Import News on November the 18th. The explanation we follow this evening, Mr. Mayor, is I will present Planning and Development Report 2011-90. We will then open up the floor to members of council that wish to ask me questions. We will then open up the floor for those members of the public that wish to address council. I will give an explanation of future meetings in regards to this application and written notice, and then I will let you know when this application will be back before council for a recommendation and a report. At this time, Mr. Mayor, I would like to present Planning and Development Report 2011-90. It was given to you in advance of this meeting. And as I mentioned, this is a staff-initiated official plan amendment. It speaks to complete application and pre-consultation. The key with this is that the developer and the city, along with other agencies, are all on the same page. What I mean by that, a lot of applications, when we are receiving them and we meet with developers, there needs to be an understanding what the expectation is of the developer, what the expectations are of different agencies with respect to required studies or reports. If you refer to pages 2 through 5, you'll see a detailed list of those studies that may be asked of. For example, you have noise studies, vibration studies, environmental impact studies, traffic studies, storm management reports, so on and so forth. So again, it's the key that everyone is on the same page, that we expect these studies to be received in order us to deem this to be a complete application. The key to that is under the Planning Act, the city is required to make a decision with any planning application within a prescribed time. If we do not have the required information, as the policies say we do, we can say that the application is incomplete, and that way the clock does not tick yet. And also, when we meet with the developers, there will be a checklist of what those expectations are, and also what the fees may be for any application, whether it be city fees. In some instances, we'll have the MPCA at the table and the region. But the key is we're not trying to be onerous. We're trying to get everyone on the same page and there be a clear understanding of what the expectations are. That way there's no surprises as we process the applications. And also, members of council, this only applies for official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, consents, and plans of subdivisions, or any development that we feel may be necessary to have pre-consultation. We're not going to be requiring this for a minor variance, for example. But again, the key is that the policies are there, that everyone is understanding what the expectations are. And that's simply all it is. And again, the checklist is there for the developer and everyone to understand what the expectations are to actually have that application deemed to be complete. Mr. Mayor, we did not receive any comments when we circulated this notice, so there are no comments this evening, and that does conclude my planning and development report. And members of council, I will then ask if there is any comments that any member of council would like to have.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Members of council, any questions? How did I know that my hand was going up? Councillor Kenny.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now, Dan, you know, this is the one that I was kind of hoping that you would be bringing forward. And this is the one we were talking about before, where if anybody came in, they're going to get a sheet of paper in writing that tells them exactly what their costs are going to be. Is that for everybody that comes in? If I come in and I want to make a change to or buy some property, so everybody that comes in will know exactly what they're getting as far as regional planning fees, development fees of any kind. It's all going to be on a list with a cost written beside it. Is that what we're getting from this?
Thank you, Councillor Kenny. Mr. Aquilina.
Mr. Mayor, the answer is yes and no. Yes, in that we will give them a checklist, but it's only going to be applying for planning applications, not if someone's going to be purchasing a property. It's when there is a formal or an initial request to actually have an application that will come back to council for approval. And yes, there will be a checklist, and yes, that checklist will then be given to the developer. There'll be a space on the form as to what the required fee will be.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
also, Mr. Mayor, if I would like to note, there is no actual fee for pre-consultation. It's part of the process. And we do this already, but we just want to have now something formally in the case that we have to deem something to be incomplete. That way the clock does not start ticking on an application.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Councillor Bodner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Aquilina. I think you just stated it, but I want to hear it in my terms. I think we always got to be careful. We're not imposing expenses on developers unnecessarily. I don't believe that's what's happening here. I just think you're enshrining something that was always there. in a more formal way, but can you confirm that this really isn't adding an expense to anybody? These studies would have had to been done?
Through Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bonner, no, we do this now, but it's just getting it formally in place into our official plan. So there's no fee for this, and there is nothing else that's going to be required that we wouldn't normally ask for anyways. It's just to now formally have it brought out and now be able to apply, because we never had pre-consultation policy, so to speak. And it all goes back to that requirement under the Planning Act to actually have the application deemed to be complete.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Aquilina. I can think of one instance in tonight's package. There's an item that we passed with the ones that weren't pulled where this directly impacts. That came to the Committee of Adjustment where there was a discrepancy between which fees were applicable and which weren't. He said, she said. So it's nice to have a package where somebody can come through planning and it's a one-stop shop. Here you go. This is the menu of what you're looking for. I think it's a great template. I don't know if we can use this exact one throughout all of City Hall, but it sure would be nice in all of the other departments when people come in, if they could sit down with staff and staff could pass along a menu of what you're looking for, what the costs are. The pre-consultation at no cost, I think, is a fantastic idea. Let people come in, talk to staff, see what's required. If you've got any questions, get them out on the table before you leave City Hall. If you've got any after, make a quick phone call. Save yourself time and money in the long run. I think there's been a couple of other issues in projects that we've seen in the last year or so that could have benefited from this with an actual sit down and talk to the proponents of developments that probably would have saved everybody a lot of heartache in the long run. So it's a fantastic item.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Further questions or comments? Just one comment, Dan. Congratulations, well done. I know it's a requirement under the Planning Act, but nevertheless, it's just a proper way to do business. You're giving people the ability to get educated because we're not all planners, and planning can be a very particular discipline and specific discipline, and to get an understanding of it and to take that time to do just that, as Councillor Elliott alluded to, well, I'm sure not only cut out a lot of the red tape that people perceive is within planning, but also a lot of the frustration because of that perception. To sit down and have these discussions, and of course ensure that people understand the process that they are expected to go through, will, I'm sure, save a lot of, as Councillor Elliott stated, heartache and frustration. So, and who better to do that than yourself and your staff, because you guys are just great to work with down there and easy to communicate with. So to you and to Lindsay, to Shannon, and to Heather and all the folks down there on the second floor, by all means, congratulations. I'm sure a lot of the residents will be very happy when we have this pre-consultation understanding, and therefore an easier, more comfortable and confident manner of which to do business. Again, it's like we always say, we're open for business, and we want to ensure people recognize that, and this is a step in that direction, so well done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So with that, the floor is back to you.
Thank you. Before I open this up to members of the public, I would like to read the following. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the city before the proposed amendment is adopted and approved, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Municipal Board. Further, if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the city before the proposed amendment is adopted, the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless the board feels that there are reasonable grounds to add that person as a party to an appeal. This time, Mr. Mayor, I would like to open the floor up for those members of council, members of the public that wish to address council.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Are there any members of the public that would like to address council on this report? With none, Mr. Aquilina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any member of the public that would like to get a notice, we do have a sign-in sheet, so please sign that and you will be guaranteed to receive a notice if council makes a decision on this application. I would like to read the following, Mr. Mayor. If you wish to be notified of the adoption of the official plan amendment 86, you must make a written request to the city clerk. Only those persons and public bodies that give the clerk a written request for the adoption of the bylaw will be given such notice. At this time, Mr. Mayor, this does conclude the planning meeting under the Planning Act. I will have the recommendation be report before you in the new year, sometime in January, more than likely the first meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Members of council, with no further business in this portion of tonight's agenda, I'll ask for a mover and seconder for adjournment. Councillor Desmarais, Councillor Bodner, are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Dan, thank you very much. We'll now reconvene members into our committee of the whole meeting. First off, I'll start off with, go ahead, Councillor Butters.
I was only going to ask, Mr. Mayor, that when we get down to the determination of items requiring separate discussion, if we could move up 17 to be dealt with first, as we have members of the Lorraine Bay Water Quality Group in attendance, and some of them have a distance to drive to get home tonight. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Butters. With that, members of council, I have a short report that I'm going to be giving to you today. It's not so much a report, it's more of a direction. And possibly I'll be asking for a motion to be passed upon you receiving this report. It's having to do with the Attracting Investment and Creating Jobs Act that was most recently announced. And members of council will recall that on August 25th, 2008, that I had reported to you on the newly established Eastern Ontario Development created by the Ontario government through the Ministry of Economic Development and Trade, and the programs as well, not only available in the eastern part of the province, but as well in the northern part of the province of Ontario. At that time, you, the members of council, passed a resolution to formally request a similar program be created for southern Ontario. This resolution was in fact supported by the municipality of Niagara, the region, as well as all municipalities throughout the Niagara region, all 12, including ourselves. Over the past week, the Ontario government has in fact created and announced it is working on the details for a $20 million fund for southwestern Ontario. Among the details to be determined are the economic regions that this fund will in fact support. The McGuinty government introduced the Attracting Investment and Creating Jobs Act that, if in fact passed, would create the new Southwestern Ontario Development Fund. In the coming months, the province will meet with local business leaders across the southwestern region to help shape the programs and fully ensure that the proposed new fund addresses the unique regional challenges facing the businesses and the communities of southwestern Ontario. Niagara, as you all know, is facing significant socioeconomic challenges, including a dependency on declining manufacturing industries, out-migration of youth, insufficient telecommunications capacity, and economic infrastructure deficiencies. Programs to provide financial assistance to promote the retention, the expansion, as well as the attraction of businesses through support for capital spending, skills development, infrastructure needs, and other related economic development initiatives are desperately needed for the region of Niagara. The unemployment rate continues to be a concern, and Niagara has the third lowest employment participation rate in the province of Ontario. Therefore, if I may, I would ask that members of council consider this evening a resolution that calls upon the provincial government to include Niagara in the new Southwestern Ontario Development Fund and to expedite the rollout of this new program. So therefore, members of council, I'll read the resolution. I would request that a member of council move a motion for leave to allow this evening a motion to be introduced, followed by a mover and seconder for the motion itself. The motion reads that whereas communities in Niagara are facing significant socioeconomic challenges, including a dependency on declining manufacturing, out-migration of youth, insufficient telecommunications capacity, and economic infrastructure deficiencies. And whereas between 2000 and 2009, Niagara experienced a decline of 2.8% in contrast to Ontario, which experienced an increase of 12.2% over the same period of time. And whereas the unemployment rate continues to be a concern, and Niagara has the third lowest employment participation rate in the province of Ontario. And whereas, according to most recent census data available, Niagara's median employment lags behind all other Ontario CMAs, CMAs being the census metropolitan areas. And whereas the manufacturing sector, long a base of the Niagara economy, has lost more than 36% of its jobs since the year 2000. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the City of Port Colborne calls upon the Government of Ontario to include Niagara in the new Southwestern Ontario Development Fund and expedite the rollout of this new program, and that this resolution be circulated for support to the Council of the Regional Municipality of Niagara and the councils of all 12 Niagara municipalities. Members of Council, again, it's my desire tonight to ask you to put a motion forward for leave to accept that resolution. Councillor Bodner, Councillor Steele, any questions to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Now resolution for the actual motion itself. Councillor Doucette, Councillor Elliott, are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now we'll move on to the Regional Council's report. Councillor Barrick. David, welcome.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Today, I'm going to speak a little bit about, on behalf of the region's Integrated Community Planning Committee, which was received by the region already, and moving towards our Christmas meals that I'm sure we will all have and probably put a few pounds on. Food and farming in the greater Golden Horseshoe area. Why is this important, and why is it important to plan for the future of that area? There's a couple of reasons, and Niagara is working with the other regions within the greater Golden Horseshoe area. If I can read a quote from the Globe and Mail of July this summer, pretty well wraps it up, its importance. The country's largest manufacturing sector is no longer one that produces auto parts or high-tech gadgets like BlackBerries, it's food. The sector is the country's largest manufacturing industry by sales, the most recent statistics show. Sales set a record last year, topping $80 billion, more than textiles, paper, machinery, and aerospace combined. What the Golden Horseshoe of Ontario food action plan really does is helps harmonize economic growth in the Golden Horseshoe with food and agricultural related activities. The Golden Horseshoe of Ontario stretches along the shores of Lake Ontario, is not only the fastest growing region of Canada with a diverse, sophisticated urban population, it is a vast, rich agricultural area and home to one of the largest food and farming clusters in North America. Comprised of the regions of Durham, Halton, Niagara, Peel, York, and the cities of Hamilton, Toronto, the Golden Horseshoe produces over 200 different types of agricultural crops and is home to the majority of Ontario's food processing operations, head offices of major food retail merchandisers, Canadian headquarters of global consumer branded food companies, and international, national, and provincial food distribution centers. Despite the value of the Golden Horseshoe's food and farming cluster, its importance and potential as a resource for Canadians tends to be undervalued. In addition to being a food and farming cluster, the Golden Horseshoe is also the fastest growing urban region in Canada, with urban growth competing with agricultural use for the land base. And this competition for land development tends to trump agricultural production. So as noted, Mr. Mayor, the Golden Horseshoe Food and Farming Action Plan 2021 is designed to raise the profile of the cluster and provide the support required for it to grow and prosper. In particular, for the greater Golden Horseshoe area, it produces over $12 billion of agricultural output annually, which relates to about $35 billion in overall economic activity. So it is important for the Golden Horseshoe, and in particular Niagara, and I'm happy as Vice Chair of Integrated Community Planning to be working with Patrick Robson, the Commissioner of that particular department, to move forward with this plan. It's out in a draft version now, which is available to the public, and we'll be shaping it moving forward as well. So I wanted to bring that to the attention of this council and the public. A couple other items have occurred at Niagara Regional Council. As many of you may realize, one of the important ones was the passage of the 2012 budget. The overall budget increase is 3.2%. Needless to say, I was not supportive of the operational budget, although I did support the capital budget and the water wastewater budget. Nonetheless, that is the increase overall, and I do plan on inviting Commissioner Hutchings, the Treasurer of the region, next month to give you a detailed explanation of what's going on there, where the dollars are going. One portion I'd like to highlight in particular at the moment, Mr. Mayor, is though one that I do endorse is Regional Council froze their salaries for 2012. So it was frozen for 2011, is also frozen for 2012, which I think is important in showing fiscal restraint moving forward. The other big item, Mr. Mayor, as you know, is the backfilling of Cindy Forster's seat in Welland. I don't believe I'm the only one when I say that the process was very frustrating. And quite frankly, I would say an embarrassment going back and forth the way we did. And again, because I'm not the only one that feels that way, Regional Council has asked regional staff to come back with a report to how to deal with this in future. I mean, we're all professionals, and it's important to have clear communication amongst all parties. So I certainly look forward to that report coming back to see how we can deal with that in the future as well. That's my report this evening, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to also take the opportunity to wish each and every one of you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and as well to the public.
Thank you, Councilor Barrett. And I echo your comments about the process of trying to fill Cindy's seat. It has been frustrating to say the very least. Members of Council, any questions or comments of the Regional Councillor? With none, David, thank you. And to you and your family, Merry Christmas. Members of Council, we're now going to move on to Councillor's items, new business. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. On Thursday of last week, we had our Ward 2 meeting at Tim Hortons. Worked out very well. We had quite a few people. We sat down, filled up the tables, and everyone had a coffee, and we talked about everything from transit to health and wellness center to ponding in certain areas to, we did it all. And we're doing it again one more time on Thursday. For those who couldn't make it last time, we want to make sure that they are aware that there will also be one on the 15th. It starts at 6:30 at Tim Hortons. And all you do is walk in and you'll see a whole bunch of people gathered together, and we're just chatting away and chugging away on our coffee. And we're getting all the information that we need. And
Highway 140.
yeah, oh, the one on the corner of Highway 140 and Elizabeth Street. Yes, I'm sorry. I just took it for granted. Ward 2, you know. So, hey, not necessarily, right? Okay. So we'll see you there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple things, just to remind the public, the Valet or Valley, we're not really, is it Valley now? We've confirmed it's Valley. Okay. Valley Health and Wellness Center, our dedication walkway, the flyers are out. I know a number of people have been into City Hall to buy these. They're bricks from $100 all the way up to $500. You can dedicate it to a loved one, a family member, friends, community group, your sports team, your business. Yeah, I'm getting to that. Thank you. Don't get ahead of me on my own notes, okay? So, great for a Christmas present. For those, on Friday we'll be launching our seat sale program. So listen more for that, because it's another great Christmas present or anniversary present or birthday present, whatever you want to make it, or just a good donation to a great facility here in Port Colborne. And as I said, it was a great day last Friday, and the mayor's announcement with Valley coming forward with $1.25 million. So these are available at City Hall or go onto our website, portcolborne.ca. You can find the forms. Second issue, Your Worship, if I can ask for staff's direction when I'm finished, probably through the CAO. If anybody's noticed in the last number of weeks, gas prices within Niagara are very frustrating, especially in Port Colborne. We sat anywhere from 5 to 6 cents a liter for those old people like me and the CAO. That's anywhere from 20 to 24 cents a gallon. That's a lot of money. If you go to Wainfleet, if you go to Welland, if you go to Dunnville, as far as Smithville, they were anywhere from $1.13 to $1.15 over those last 2 weeks. Only this past weekend
have gas stations at Port Colborne lowered their prices. Most of them stayed around the 120 or 121.9. There was one that I found in Port Colborne, actually on Sugarloaf, that was 119 for the longest time. They're now down to 118. Unfortunately, in Fort Erie, the gas station I normally pass is under construction, so I don't go as far as the Canadian Tire, which is way down the other end. So I'm not sure what Fort Erie charged. However, in the state of New York, over the last number of years, the Competition Bureau has been pounding the gas stations in the greater Buffalo area because they've been gouging the public, and over there was around 10 cents a gallon more compared to the Rochester, Syracuse area, and as you go towards Erie. The dealers, they found, it was in the greater Buffalo area, that were conspiring to set prices. I'm not saying it's the dealers here or it's the actual fuel companies, but I believe something should be done. There is a Competition Bureau, both federally and provincially, in Canada, that we contact them and ask them to investigate this, because this is ridiculous. How can everyone around us be 5 to 6 cents a liter less? It's not good for our families that travel. It's not good for our business people. I mean, Frank's got a fleet of trucks that he's got to keep gas in. It's not fair. It puts a burden on what we have to charge for our products. I don't sell a product that's actually gauged by what's here, but I mean, there are retailers around this table that may set prices based on prices of gas. So if I can have direction through staff on the best process, how do we get the Competition Bureau around here? Yep. I mean, they seem to be very interested in the sale of the Toronto Maple Leafs from the school teachers' pension fund over to BCE and Rogers, yet this is something that affects us every day. And I believe it's, you know, in my opinion, it's ridiculous that we're being gouged here in our own community. I don't understand it. I don't understand how these dealers or the companies can charge that much more when you can drive 2 minutes up the road, go to the corner of Burnaby and Highway 3, and it's 5 to 6 cents less a liter. It's beyond me. It is. I'm sure if Frank put his prices up like they put their gas prices up, he wouldn't be in business.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's deal with that.
We can have some direction.
Members of council, the councillor does want to bring forward a motion. So first off, if I can ask for leave. Ashley just loves that. Don't you, Ashley? I'm going to hear about this tomorrow, believe me. I should say Councillor Doucette. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Desmarais for leave of council. All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Members of council, the councillor is actually asking for a motion to look at approaching the Competition Bureau, to look at what's happening here in the city of Port Colborne with respect to fuel pricing. I think it's a legitimate request. I think just driving around the city, anyone would see and would recognize it's a legitimate request. So if I can have a mover, Councillor Steele, and have a seconder, Councillor Desmarais. Motion's on the floor. Speakers. Councillor Doucette.
I don't know if were you here at the last council meeting when we talked about this, Councilor Steele?
I was away last council meeting.
You were away last council meeting. Well, I brought the same issue up and asked for direction. Oh, okay. You know what I was told?
Sit down.
Sit down. They didn't want, no one wanted to hear about it. Definitely, I agree with you. And if we can get something out of here, let's do it. Because I agree that everyone's being gouged. And I have business people that are talking to me about it all the time. So, but I found it interesting. I'm sitting here as you're talking, and I'm going, and everyone else is looking at me, you know? Like, whoa, hold on a minute here. So, but great.
Thank you, Councillor. I have, I'm going to go to Councillor Desmarais first, and Councillor Danch. Councillor Desmarais, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to say, I'll mirror both Councillor Steele and Councillor Doucette's comments. We absolutely do need to take it upon ourselves to see if we can create some action. Possibly other municipalities will follow, and you know, many people together can move a mountain.
Thank you. Councillor Danch.
I know what you're saying with the fuel. I mean, we all have to buy it. One thing I will say in comparison to one that's up the highway to one that's in the town and stuff like that, there's a thing called service. And if you pump your own and put your little card in it, it's going to be cheaper. So if you are going to that station that gives you a service, that is possibly part of the price.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Bodner? Then I'll come back to you, Councillor Steele.
I guess I'd like to hear, you haven't really put the motion forward, right? Because I was against this one.
Big time.
Councillor Doucette brought it up, you know? I may be able to go find lumber cheaper someplace else, maybe not, but I tend to deal in town. I may be able to find insurance cheaper someplace else. I tend to deal in town, you know? Certainly if I'm going by a gas station and it's $1.14 instead of $1.20 and I need gas, I'm more likely going to slip in there and get some gas. But I don't know, I just got an uneasy feeling with this as far as dictating prices. I think if everybody was that concerned, the short drive to Waynfleet to get gas 6 cents cheaper, certainly would force gas stations here to take a look at their pricing. But I'll wait to hear the motion and see whether I'm going to vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Steele?
Well, I believe the motion's on the floor with regards to asking staff to approach the Competition Bureau, both federally and provincially. Just to answer your question, I've got some other points too, Your Worship, just through you to Councillor Bodner. Councillor Bodner, I'm not against competition. You know, it's free range out there, but when there's a possibility there's collusion to set pricing, that is illegal. And that's what I'm concerned about here. When you can drive for quite a few miles around the city of Port Colborne and gas is that much cheaper, it's got to put a thought in your head that, is there collusion? I'm not saying there is, but boy, when it's 5 to 6 cents and continually that much, it's got to make you wonder what's going on. Why is Port Colborne that high? Yet Dunnville, Smithville, Waynfleet, Welland are a lot cheaper. It was $1.13 last Wednesday night in Dunnville. It was $1.14 in Welland last Tuesday. In Smithville on Friday night I was there, it was $1.14. It was $1.15 on Sunday in Welland at the corner of Lincoln and 58. Okay, those are all gas stations. You can put your credit card, your debit card in, you serve yourself. In Port Colborne, there's a few, yes, they serve you. But that doesn't matter anymore. The old days of self-serve being cheaper than full-serve, they're all the same. There's never a cheaper self-serve than there is a full-serve. Sometimes full-serve is cheaper than self-serve. But when you look around town and there's maybe one dealer that is quite a bit less than the rest, it's got to make you wonder. And that's why I'm saying something is wrong here. Competition is one thing, unfair competition is another. And yes, we can shop around for all the products that any of us may sell that works around this table. However, my business is regulated by the government in Ontario. You know, Frank, if he wants to gouge the public, he's not going to have the public in there. But I don't think the lumber dealers in Port Colborne are getting together to gouge the cost of a 2x4 or a sheet of drywall. That's a very competitive business that he's in. So I'm sure the mayor isn't gouging the ship business and selling groceries to the ships or products. I mean, it just happens to be gas, and gas goes up and down so much, and it's something that we have to use every day. It's a necessity. It's not something that you can say no. You know, if I don't want to buy lumber today, I don't have to buy lumber. But to get to work, I may have to buy gas. That's the reason I brought that up. It's got nothing to do with open competition. I'm all for that. If they come back and say that's what it is, I may accept it. But something has to be done. I think the Competition Bureau is the best way to go. One thing to Councillor Doucette, I've been harping on this for 2 weeks. My wife keeps telling me, bring it up at council, bring it up at council. I said, I wasn't there last week. Unfortunately, I didn't read anything about it in the paper that I saw. I didn't. None of the fellow councilors seen over the last week and a half mentioned anything about it. And my wife's tired of me saying it. And I try not to buy gas at this time in Port Colborne. I hate to say that because I shop as much locally. But damn it, I'm not paying 20 cents a gallon more when I can zip up the road to Welland if I'm doing business there, or even into Waynfleet and grab some gas. You know, I'm putting my foot down on it. I got 3 vehicles in my family. Not a lot of people can do that, but I got 2 teenage sons at work, and one's starting school. They need a vehicle, and who puts gas in it most of the time is myself or my wife. So, well, I mean, that's the price I want to pay. That's my choice. However, I don't want to be gouged, and I really feel like I'm being gouged. And, I congratulate every other business in this community that tries their damnedest to keep their doors open when times are tough. And they do it very well here. You can go to any store and do your Christmas shopping or any other shopping throughout the year. They do a good job. We've got great retailers here in Port Colborne. But I'm not happy with our gas retailers right now. So, Mr. Mayor, I hope everybody supports that.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further questions or comments? Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I can fully, agree with the vision that it appears that we're overpriced. We were in Toronto last night, the price is $119. So, I mean, it skips over everywhere else and it goes back to regular price up in Toronto. The only thing I don't want to put forth is this image that we're targeting the owners of the gas stations in town, the managers, because they may be under pressures that we can't see through the national retailers that they represent, that I don't know how much of the price that you see at the pump is related to what they can do as managers of their stations. I know we've got 7-Eleven, Esso, Sunoco represented, Petro-Can on the east side. I'm not sure that the managers of those stations are the ones that set the price. And if they're being dictated to by the national retailers, I don't want to say that there's collusion in town. There may be collusion on the part of the national retailers, but I would hate for any of the managers of stations in town to think that we were targeting them, that it's their fault that the prices are what the prices are. I mean, it's a provincial thing that we have to look at. Sometimes it used to be that we were the cheapest, and as soon as you left town, everybody else was more expensive, and it kind of teeter-tottered where it would go up and down depending on what municipality you were in and what part of the province you were in. So let's take a look at, maybe get some information if we can before we move forward with it, to pinpoint it on the stations themselves, because there may be some other factors at play.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions or comments? Yeah, I'll get to you in a second, Paul. No further questions or comments? I'll go back to Councillor Steele.
Thank you. Well said, Councillor. I mean, nobody here is accusing it. That's why I say you go to the Competition Bureau. They're the ones that iron this whole thing out. As I stated earlier, in the greater Buffalo area, it was collusion amongst the gas station owners, not the actual companies. So we don't know. Certainly I'm not accusing, or anybody else around this table that's spoken is accusing that. But and you're right, at times, we were cheaper, but in the last quite a while, we're way too high. Like it's never coming down, and all of a sudden it'll come down for a few days and then zip right back up. And that's what concerns me. And that's why the Competition Bureau is out there. They'll look at past costs or what they're charging per liter in our area, and also the surrounding area, and they'll go back to the source and they'll pinpoint where it's coming from, and they'll let us know that. That's what they do. So that's why I brought it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. And I do want to take this opportunity as well to thank Councillor Doucette, because I know Councillor Doucette brought this up at the last meeting. So I think he deserves at least half credit for this. or the opposite. But to both of you, thank you for bringing it forward. Members of Council, with no further questions or comments, Councillor Elliott?
Oh, sorry.
With no further questions or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That'll be carried. Thank you, Councillor Steele. Thank you, Councillor Doucette.
Thanks, Bill.
Any further new business, Councillors' items? Councillor Elliott and Councillor Demery.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Sinez. I guess last week at our budget meeting, I almost preempted the announcement on Thursday. Was it Thursday?
Yes, it was Thursday.
Remember that, Bill? It was Thursday that we had the announcement. And I asked for a report on how we were in fundraising for the Health and Wellness Center. I never really got a defined amount. So, with that being said, and with the announcement last Thursday, can we just have a quick update?
Peter?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Right now we're at 1.25 million. We definitely know that. I can say we have 50,000 in the Golden Puck, yes. We do have a couple others that we are talking with, and there'll be some announcements probably in January coming out on those. And we're still also working with a number of other potential sponsors that hopefully in the new year we'll be able to bring forward some of those. Also, the fundraising committee is working towards those. Our sponsorship coordinator, Sandy Pilot, is working hard in contacting a lot of different potential sponsors. And so that's going forward and going well at this point in time. And we're also, right now, our brick campaign is going quite well. I believe we were at about $9,000, $10,000 worth of sales there. So it's going well, so the brick campaign. And Friday will be the kickoff of the seat campaign for the Health and Wellness Center. So hopefully some funds be going in there. And also, we also do have out there that any type of donations, cash donations or donations that aren't, the $500 or the $200 ones, the larger ones for the particular seat and bricks, are definitely welcome and will be brought forward to the community center.
Thank you, Mr. Sinez. I'll be a bit more forthright in terms of some of the numbers that we're hearing. Peter, thank you for that, though. However, I'm not taking a shot or anything, but I think there's a bit more that we can publicly say. We do, as he said, and I think has been widely reported, the 1.25 from Valley. Last Thursday was announced. 50,000 from the Golden Puck organization has been announced. We have about 100,000 on the hook right now. With respect to people that are very interested. We're just dotting I's and crossing T's with respect to their contribution. We have a great many that are kicking tires with respect to their interest, but yet they're not fully there yet, so we have some meetings to be had. And finally, the brick campaign, I think you're not giving yourself and your staff enough credit, because I tell you, kudos to you, Peter, and to Sandy, and to those that are really, really working hard for the brick campaign. That's really taken off. I think a lot of people recognize the value and having their name of their family, and really, truly, as I stated, and this council has stated many times, it's not this council or City Hall that's building this facility. It's the community that's building this facility. And people see that now as an opportunity to actually put their signature on this community by buying a brick or a bigger, I guess, slab that they can put their name, their business on, and quite frankly, that's there forever. So as Bill stated earlier, it's Christmas or a birthday or some special event that someone wants to pass on to someone else, or just simply come on as yourself or your family or your business to come out and put your name on something that you built. It's that you can look back on 30, 40, 50 years on the road to see your name of yourself and your family or your business on there that's really taken off, and I'm really happy about that. So again, Peter, to yourself and your staff, great job on really promoting that brick campaign. To see campaigns moving forward now as well, and I think Thursday's announcement will instigate a lot of interest, especially from the corporate side, with respect to putting some money into this facility. And not just municipally, by the way, regionally, if not provincially. So great job, Peter. Further questions or comments? Councillor Desmarais, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a comment to make about snow removal. I know it's early this year. We've had one snowfall, but I've already had my first complaint. Hard enough to believe, but Monday morning my phone rings this morning, and I have a resident complaining that the sidewalks around DeWitt Carter School were not cleared from the snowfall. As a result, they froze and became ice-laden, and they're not able to be walked on, especially for some of the older members of the community that use this, particularly this sidewalk along Mitchell Street to the rear of the school. They use that sidewalk to get to the store, and they have to go out and walk on the road now. This is only the first snowfall, so I really do believe we need to create a practice that we'll stick to when it comes to the institutional sidewalks. This was a continual thing last year, and I just don't want to see it have to do that again this year.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a similar complaint last year in the exact same area, so it's up to us to get the bylaws people out to the schools and refresh their memories on what has to be done as far as snow clearing, the snow clearing bylaws. So we'll be doing that immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Thank you, Councillor Desmarais. Further new business, councillors' items? Staff, any updates? Mr. Howe.
Worship, although not formally at this table that I'm aware of, tonight you have another 2.5 pounds of paper in agenda. Last week and last meeting you had 2. It's 2 and 3 inches thick, and I've had members of council speak to it on a couple of times. Well, often, I'm going to say. In this, I actually have the whole of the council agenda and all the reports in this screen. This one is I don't want to get into, this one's an Apple. We believe it's going to take significant dollars in savings, and right now City Clerk Grigg is working on making some changes in how the agenda is processed. We're going to make some changes to be able to facilitate this, and through our IT department, which will make it alive or more alive. And the clerk is working on a scheme or a plan in the development of changes in the agenda so that the public sitting here can look at the screen. Not as it doesn't show just the agenda, but it shows whether or not a report is approved. Because right now, all the approved reports tonight, if there was somebody sitting out there waiting to see if a report was approved, they wouldn't know. They just wouldn't know. It's some of the things that the clerk is working on, and I'm very pleased with the accomplishments that she's doing with our IT department. That'll make it much easier for the public to see. It'll reduce the thousands of trees that we kill every year, and make it much easier. And this is actually quite easy to work with, and we're going to pursue perhaps a bit of a pilot project in the early part of the year, once we have the agenda, and hopefully we'll be able to reduce some of the costs and a significant amount of trees. And Mr. Mayor, that, although it was never formally brought here as following up to council, believe me, I've had almost every member of council speak to that quantity of paper.
Thank you, Bob. So members of council, with no further new business, no further updates, members of council, I'm just going to ask Mr. Thompson to give a little bit of an update on the motion that was passed through my mayor's report. Stephen, if you may.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Must admit, I think much of the material was covered very factually through the mayor's report, but I guess a few things which can be highlighted. The program was announced just a week ago by the provincial government, or it was announced as a program that they're going to define the details on. One of the really key reasons why it was important that it come to council right away was the fact that the province is still working through the details. They're working through the details, for instance, of what southwestern Ontario is. The province has named 6 economic regions as potential regions which could be included as part of southwestern Ontario. Niagara is clumped in with Hamilton and Burlington as an economic region and happens to be at the furthest east of the various economic regions that are being considered. So it was very important that it come before council so that councils across Niagara can remind the province that there are economic challenges in this part of Ontario, and we do need government supports. Certainly this council and other councils are being very proactive with community improvement plans, with other initiatives, and not only do we not want to be the only region in Ontario without these sorts of supports, we quite frankly need them to be able to support our existing businesses which are looking to expand, reinvest, and also new businesses that are considering parts of Ontario to locate in. So I feel it was very important that it come before council, and as was mentioned in the mayor's report, obviously it'll be circulated to the other municipalities in Niagara for their support as well, and hopefully this new program will be rolled out. We are definitely in a increasingly competitive environment when we're competing for new business investments. Council was briefed on one investment in camera several months ago, and money, in fact a shortfall of about $6 million, was what caused that project not just not to move forward here, but not to move forward at all. So businesses are definitely looking for the help of government where help is needed to make that business case to be able to make an investment, hopefully in Ontario, hopefully in Niagara, hopefully in Port Colborne.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I truly appreciate that. Members of council, before I go on to the minutes, I do want to take this time to wish members of staff a very Merry Christmas, to the entire team, to all of you and all the people that are supporting you. Great job this year in 2011. I also want to thank our regional councillor, Councillor Barrick, completing his first year as regional councillor. To you, David, and to your team down at the region, I should say our team down at the region, well done. It's been a good year, and we look forward to 2012. So to the entire team, great work, guys, and we're looking forward to next year. So with that, members of council, we're going to move on to our minutes, the adoption of the minutes, and I'll do them in block if you don't mind. I'll be looking for I'll be looking for a mover and seconder, please. Minutes of the 28th meeting special of Committee of the Whole dated November 23rd, 2011, and the minutes of the 29th meeting regular Committee of the Whole dated November 28th, 2011. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Bodner, Councillor Danch. Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. Now it's your turn. I know you guys have been waiting patiently for this, and I thank you for that. Members of council, we're now going to move on to our items for consideration. We're going to start off with item 17, and I'm going to look at, or look to Councillor Kenny to introduce that motion to the floor. Councillor Kenny.
Thank you, Your Worship. That the Department of Engineering and Operations, Engineering Division, report number 2011-55, subject Wignall and Michener Beaver Dam municipal drains, water quality options be approved, recommending A, that the council receive this report as information, and B, that council considers allocating funds for the AMAC water quality options for the Wignall, Michener, and Beaver Dam municipal drains in their 2012 budget deliberations.
Thank you, Councillor Kenny. Member seconder to that, please. Councillor Butters. Questions or comments? Councillor Kenny.
Thank you once again. On page 149 of the report, we had a report brought to us from AMAC, and I was concerned that AMAC, they met with representatives from the city and the Lorraine Bay Water Quality Group, and number 2 was their primary focus is hydraulics relative to sediment transport and will not include an evaluation of E. coli and other bacteria. And I was concerned about that because I thought, you know, as sitting on the environmental committee where this group first came to us, really wanting to find out if there were programs available to help them get this initiated. And as all of us are concerned about the environment, and the pictures that they showed us certainly showed that there is, not just in our area, but in many areas, influent going into, I guess you would call it, into the lake, and we'd like to stop that. But I want to know why AMAC would not address that, I guess, and because I'm concerned about that. And like I said, when they came to us in October, we told this group that they'd have to come to council to see if council would pursue this further. But I think the hardest thing for all of us is there going to be money? We've got a really tight budget in 2012, and we want to cut. And here we are with the group coming forward with really a great initiative for us to consider. And have we investigated yet any options in regards to programs available to us to address this?
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks.
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a little background to Councillor Kenny's question. We did meet in late November with the Lorraine Bay Water Quality Group, myself and Henry Benavir, and our consultant AMAC to really discuss what the terms of reference for this particular study might be and what a work plan might be going forward, and get a price for that work plan going forward to the 2012 budget. So following that meeting, we had a very good discussion with the group and our consultant at that meeting, and sent the consultant away for a draft terms of reference, which you have here attached to the report, and the cost for that particular study. One of the issues discussed is the component of water quality and what that entails. I think the consensus was, and I think the group agrees, that we would be looking at sediment control, water quality control within the watershed as it outlets to the Lorraine Bay. I think anything beyond that in terms of a scientific study in terms of E. coli or other bacteria that might be found in the drain or in the Lorraine Bay outlet would be far beyond the sort of the terms of reference or the concept of what was discussed here. It would be a much more detailed type of study. So this is sort of the terms of reference, the sediment control. It'd be treated, the study would be treated as a hydraulics model that you would see in an urban watershed, quality control coming from a storm sewer system in an urban watershed. So that's what we agreed to at this point. There is no, to the best of our knowledge at this point in time, both ourselves, Henry Benamir, and AMAC do not have knowledge of any particular funding programs that are available out there now. What this study will do will actually investigate any sources of funding that are available, whether it's NPCA, provincially, any other sources of funding. That'll be part of the process. This particular cost of $20,000, $20,240, would have to go forward to the 2012 budget for consideration, but we can advise council that from a previous look at this drain and a water quality study that was done a number of years ago, there was a $10,000 reserve account set aside. So that somewhat buffers this cost, and we take it down to something like $10,240 for budget consideration. So that's the status of this proposal at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Okay. Further questions or comments? Councillor Butters.
In partially to address something Councillor Kenny brought up about the E. coli, what is being done is through public health, and they're doing some testing on samples to determine like DNA sourcing. So in some way, your concern is being addressed, maybe not to the point that you would like it to be, but at least to that point. I would like to just add to this recommendation a direction to staff that in talking with Henry Benamir, actually, he had thought of perhaps some possible sources of funding as well. So if we can add some direction to staff that be looked into on Henry's side of things. Continue to look, yes, please. And when this, I fully support this coming over to budget, but also we can find other partners. I think we'll have more information tomorrow night at our budget meeting of some other potential partners in this, so I want everyone to kind of keep an open mind. This is really the time for this to be done, because that drain system the work is going to happen in about 18 months to 2 years. If we can incorporate this kind of work with it that improves the water quality, then everybody wins. If it's not done now, then we're looking at something 15, 20 years down the road. And that's just simply not acceptable in my book. It could even be longer before we can get back to it. So I just want you to keep an open mind and support this as of tonight.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll take that, the investigation of sources of additional funding as an amendment, if I can have a seconder to that. Councillor Desmarais, are there any questions or comments to that amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. So now we're going to be speaking on the amended motion. Are there any further questions or comments? Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Hanson. I notice on page 150, if you go down just below number 7 there, it said that AMEC's expecting to begin January 2nd. To my mind, we're not going to have that, well, unless tomorrow night's an all-nighter. I don't think we're going to have that budget done by January 2nd. How is that going to affect the costing?
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As part of this proposal, we asked AMAC to put together a schedule of when they can do the work. We had to make an assumption that if the work was started at any given date, this would be the term of the study. So if we don't start till February, obviously that bumps it up to a July completion. But it gives, Gantt chart gives you a proposed schedule, that term of time that would be required to complete the work on their side for the water quality. So dependent on budget, we would just start from that point in time.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Just one other comment. I guess this is time sensitive for sure. And but the neat component on this is that I'm pretty sure that this could be a template for other drains that we do. So it isn't, and I just wonder whether Mr. Hanson might comment on that, whether that could be used if we discover something that'll work here, I guess depending on soil type and that, could we use it on other drains?
Mr. Hanson.
Through Mr. Mayor, certainly it could be. This study will set up a protocol, a method whereby you could look at other drains for water quality. We have to stress that this is strictly a study to make recommendations on water quality. Whatever comes out of that study could be a multi-million-dollar component to the water quality issue. So if that were extended on other drains, of course, that would be subject to other budgets. And these aren't particular, the water quality may not be particular to that watershed and assessed that way. So you could be looking at potential levy items within your budget to deal with water quality. So we advise a little bit of caution on this as we expand this type of a study throughout the watershed. It could become very expensive.
Any further questions or comments? Well, this report seems to be, I'll use the words no-brainer, because it only does ask council to receive it for information, as well as consider allocating the funds during the budget. But I have to echo the comments that have already been made by the ward councillors, in particular as it relates to a few items. Members of council, this isn't a local issue. This is an international issue. Sitting on the Great Lakes Mayor's Cities Initiative for the past, pretty well, for the better part of the last decade and a half, I can say with a great deal of comfort that, well, not comfort, but confidence, but you know, this is something that we've been working on for quite some time. And I know, quite frankly, this is something that the Lorraine Bay Group has been working on for quite some time, for at least the better part of the last 15 years. And has expended a lot of time, expended a lot of money, and has created or gathered a lot of data with respect to moving this initiative forward with regard to water quality. We have the Great Lakes mayors working on it. We have extended from that a lot of other mayors. As a matter of fact, we just heard presentations, Gary from, is it Blue Flag, who also works on these kind of issues with respect to the beaches. Yes, quite frankly, as it mentions on page 146 of the report, there is an opportunity here to put mechanisms in place that it's not just used here in Port Colborne through our drains, but in fact is used through, well, internationally. That can be used as a benchmark and a template for many other drains. So I'm not going to go into a debate or to give you my thoughts on this now. I'll leave it at that. I'll save it for the debate at budget, but it's something that's well overdue for the city of Port Colborne. And hearing from the residents, I've heard that, I think, Robert, for the past decade, we've heard that over and over in terms of how important this is, and not just here for certain pockets in Port Colborne, but throughout the entire municipality as well as other parts of Ontario, Canada, if not on both sides of the border. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate and thank the folks that are here from the Lorraine Bay group, as well as for the two ward councillors. I know I hired both Councillor Butters and Bonner have been working on this. Great work, and we look forward to getting it to budget and hopefully nailing this thing down and moving forward with the allocations so that way we can get the work done. And that's the bottom line, is to get it done. So that's what we're going to strive for. So with that, members of council, it has been moved and seconded. With no further comments or questions, all those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. And thank you, folks. Members, we're now going to move on to item 1. Councillor Kenny.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Department of Community Services Special Events Report number 2011-32, subject Canal Days Marine Heritage Festival Economic Impact Assessment Report, be approved, recommending that the Canal Days Marine Heritage Festival 2011 Economic Impact Assessment be received for information. And I believe we are having a presentation this evening by Michael Parker, Senior Partner, IGMA Research Corporation.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks.
And to introduce the presentation, I'm going to call upon Mr. Gary Makins, our Manager of Community Services. Gary, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Through funds provided by the Celebrate Ontario grant, the City of Port Colborne was able to hire the Enigma Research Corporation to provide an economic impact study on the 2011 Canal Days Marine Heritage Festival. Enigma Research Corporation is a leader in event research, specializing in economic impacts, sponsorship, marketing, demographics, and visitor satisfaction studies. Enigma has conducted over 500 studies at events throughout North America. Tonight we have the author of this report, Mr. Michael Harkner, the senior partner of Enigma Research Corporation here. I'm glad I'm not paying him by the hour tonight. And he's going to highlight the economic impact report, and then he'll answer any questions from council.
Mr. Makins, thank you. Mr. Harker, welcome.
Oh, thank you.
It's great to have you.
There's most there. Yes, I am having fun. The group keeps apologizing for being so late here, but I got to tell you, I have enjoyed the evening. We got to go to the country store restaurant, and then we've come here, and I enjoyed the kids singing, and was inspired by the basketball team. I even enjoyed the Elm Street discussion and the gas discussion. It's better than what would have been doing this evening. That I can tell you. So anyway, thanks for the great introduction. Yes, I'll just add a couple more things. So I'm Michael from Enigma Research. Our company is event research specialists. Since around 1993, I've personally worked at about 500 events around North America in all Canadian provinces and about 15 U.S. states. That's everything from arts festivals, sports events, conferences, fairs and exhibitions, and we claim to be leaders in our field. We haven't found a lot of people who've done 500 events plus, and I'm thrilled to be here. So I'll just start with a couple of anecdotes. We were here in 2003 as part of another sort of a different kind of project, and I was impressed by Canal Days, and ever since then I've wanted to come back. You can imagine someone in my line of work, we do a lot of travel and we get to go to a lot of events, and when I can, I try to integrate my family life with events, and I do. When I get to cherry pick the good ones and bring the family, I bring my mom to Shaw Festival when we're working there, and I got to bring my daughter to the Calgary Stampede, and when I had that chance. And I'd like you all to know that on August long weekend, I brought my entire family to Canal Days for 2 days, and we did everything. We went, we saw the car show, the kite show, the parade of lights, the fireworks, and the kids section, and we had a great time and stayed overnight. And I think it's a great festival. I really get to pick and choose when I drag my whole family to something, but I knew that it was something special here. Most events, most communities in North America have big summer festivals that have all of those things, but I think what makes yours really unique is just the unique setting next to the canal, and watching the drawbridge go up and down and the boats coming through, and I think it's a really special event and tourism experience, just from my own point of view as an expert, but I'll move on and tell you what everybody else thinks too. Now, was there a mouse given me? Oh, is this up here? Okay. Give me a moment. This has not been set up quite right with good and full screen mode. Good. That's the way I wanted it to work. Can't believe how well it goes through with this microphone all the way down here. You got a nice setup here. All right, so I will start a little bit about the methodology, what we did, how we estimate these kinds of things, and then I'm going to go over some of the top highlights that, I mean, there's a lot, I think you already have copies of the report, there's a lot in there, but sort of the things that came out to us as event researchers that were highlights from your event that I'd like to bring forward. And I mean, anybody could go through the report, and did you really need to bring Michael out here to present this? I think the value of coming here is so that everyone in the room, as supporters of the festival, will be able to speak to these numbers. And when you're at a Christmas party and somebody says, well, how is it that you come up with those numbers? And that can't be right, and all these things. And you'll be able to competently give these responses to whoever asks you. So I want to make sure that everyone knows how these numbers come together. Okay. All right, methodology. The way we measure economic impact is some people think that you go around and talk to businesses and ask them how much money that they made related to an event. that doesn't really work very well. The generally accepted method for doing these things is to survey attendees and question them about where they're from and how much money that they spent while they were at an event and how long they stayed and all of those things. And that was derived in this case by completing 600 surveys over the 4 days of the festival. That's the way we commonly do this kind of research. We were there all the days of the event. We went to all the venues, car show, kite show, street festival, concerts, fireworks, and we made sure that we spread it out to get a great cross-section of all attendees. And then further from the on-site surveys, we need to do economic modeling, which takes some of the spending data and converts it into economic outputs. And for that, we use something called the Ontario TRIUM model, which is a model that's produced by the Ontario Ministry of Tourism and Culture and is available for researchers to use to measure the economic impacts of events and tourism and other things. So that was the modeling system that we use. And, okay. Brilliant. Okay, now, I like your system here. So the first thing, hey, it was an economic impact study. We did measure other things while we were at it because we were surveying 600 people, but I'm going to start on the first highlights with the economic related findings, and then we'll move on to some of the other nice festival findings. So the first is that the total economic impact of Canal Days, we are estimating at $2.1 million economic impact. And that impact is derived from two sources. First, by non-locals who come to the festival and spend sort of new money. People who don't live here, they come to the festival and they spend it, and that contributes to economic impact. And the second is by operational expenses that are incurred by the festival management itself. Another way to look at economic impact, if you're going to use those words, is what would the economy be like if this festival were removed and moved away or packed up or went to another city? What would change? And what we're saying here is that approximately $2.1 million would not happen in your economy if the event didn't take place. I'm going to click here and I'm going to just elaborate on how we come up with this. We measured two things. We measured visitor expenditures. So the average, first we asked people, are you from Port Colborne? Are you from somewhere else? And then if they're a tourist, we take the average amount of money that they spend on a big list of things like hotels and restaurants and shopping, and come up with an average, and we multiply that by the number of tourists, and we come up with a visitor spending number. So our estimate is that non-locals who attend the festival, which amount to, you probably see in there, 1/3 of your attendees are from what the province defines as a tourist or beyond 40 kilometers from the event site, but that doesn't count the US within Ontario. That is local. So you've got 2/3 local and 1/3 are non-local. And the non-locals collectively spend approximately $3.2 million related to your event while they're here. And there's, $2.8 million, and then there's another $400,000 that is spent locally to produce the event, and you add those together and you get an initial expenditure of $3.2 million. That number itself is not called economic impact. That's just how much money got spent in this region because of your event. If you think of a case like a restaurant, if $100,000 gets spent in restaurants, it doesn't mean that $100,000 stays in Port Colborne. A lot of it goes to the owners, a lot of it goes to the employees, but some of it may flow into other regions if they're buying supplies from other parts of Ontario or from the US. If they're buying tables and chairs that are made in China, then that money obviously doesn't stay here. So the economic model takes the $3.2 million and it takes the mix of categories that it's spent on and looks at the geographic region and then outputs that approximately 2.1 million of that spending stays here. And that's what we call GDP or economic impact. There's a lot of bad numbers out there, and you start comparing yourself with other events, and one event saying 10 million and the next event saying 50 million and 100 million. And if they're using the word economic impact, they should be talking about only new money that is brought into the community. So we've got, just to review, 3.2 million in new spending, and the amount that the economic models estimate stays in Port Colborne is 2.1 million. It has direct, indirect, and induced. I'll quickly go over that. Direct refers to spending on frontline businesses. Example, tourist spends money at a restaurant. Indirect means the restaurant owner spends money locally on another supplier. And then the induced impact comes from the employees and the owners of the restaurant who are taking that money and they're spending it back into the community. Sometimes you hear this is called the multiplier effect, but what we're going to call it here is GDP, or the net economic impact. So that's how we come up with a big number. I'm going to go back to our index. And local employment is supported by the event. Now, and perhaps if you're familiar with reading, I guess as a council, you probably get your fair share of economic impact studies coming through. And often reported with GDP and spending is the employment supported. And what we're estimating here is that 42 full-year jobs are supported by this new spending or this new GDP. And so when you're at your dinner party or your Christmas party and somebody's going to say, that study can't be any good. How can there be 42 full-year jobs based on canal days when everybody knows that there's only half a dozen people working on the team? And that's a common question that comes up. That is not what we're measuring. What we're measuring is we take the 2.1 million. There's a number there, probably about half of that, that gets spent on employment and wages. And we could report that number, but that has a tendency to get boring, and we're kind of throwing away around too many numbers. So what we do is we estimate, well, how much, if 2.1 million of new GDP comes into Port Colborne, how much of it gets spent on employment, and how many jobs would that buy? And what we're saying is that given what it is being spent on and where it is being spent, it would buy approximately 4.2 full-year jobs in your region. So what does that mean? That means that there's a sort of big pie of tourism spending, and a section of it, or a sliver of it, has to do with people who are coming to visit Port Colborne due to canal days. And that part of the pie is, well, there's also an employment pie, and then there's sort of a section of it which is your GDP and the related employment that comes along with it. So make no mistake, if the event did not exist and it moved away somewhere else or just shut down for whatever reason, the economy would not be able to support the number of jobs that it has in the sector now, and that would shrink, and that's where that number comes from. So it is by no means the number of people who work on the event, even though that's part of it through some of the event operations. That's what that figure means. All right. Is this more exciting than the other things you discussed tonight, or less? It's a tough crowd to read. Okay, then. Now, so far, I've only been talking about, in terms of visitor spending, the non-locals. So now we know that probably pretty much everybody in town goes to canal days as well, and they're spending money there too. But we're not allowed to call that economic impact, but we just call that local spending. So we are also estimating, because while we're at it, we're surveying people. We ask the tourists, well, how much money did you spend on all of these things? Well, we ask the locals the same thing, and we come up with another average. Obviously, it's less because they're not staying in hotels and those kinds of things, but it's also relevant. So we have estimated that 4.9 million is spent by locals related to the event, and that is not called economic impact. A lot of events kind of cheat, and they sort of lump all that in, and they add it all in, and they come up with a huge number, and that's where you start getting the $10 and $20 million economic impacts. But what that is spending by local, and it's still relevant, because now an economist will tell you, well, if canal days didn't exist, well, these local guys would spend their money on entertainment somewhere else in town, so you didn't really change anything by having canal days. That 4.9 million is still going to get spent in the community, and that's true, but it is still relevant for event organizers to measure that local spending, because canal days has a great deal of control over the time and place that this money is spent, and it's 4.9 million, and it's substantial. And you can see, as we have it itemized, all of them are itemized in here. These are the breakdowns of what everybody said that they spent at the event, locals only. And then there's another chart that has non-locals. All right, and number 4, moving on. The fourth item has to do with the Celebrate Ontario funding. As was just mentioned up here, I don't know if you're all aware, there's a $20 million fund in Ontario that goes to festivals and events that promote tourism. And smart people at Canal Days apply for that on a regular basis, and I believe they're often successful. And now a lot of our clients and a lot of the recipients to this sort of sit back lazy, and they don't do any analysis, and they just think they're going to keep getting it every year. That doesn't always happen. And the smart ones try to do some measurement to prove that they've done something with the money, and that it's when they go back to apply again, they can show a track record for that and also for other grants. So we were asked to try to measure that, and we come up with, there were 2 programs that were paid for by Celebrate Ontario that were sort of measurable, and one was the 5-kilometer run, which was new, and the other was the youth concert. And On the survey, we asked non-locals if the reason why they came to town was for one of those items, and it ended up being a pretty small fraction, as would expected. But even if you add up a small fraction and everything they spent, we were able to isolate that approximately 120,000 of new spending happened in the region because of these programs, which was, I believe, considerably more than the initial grant. So when the team goes back to Celebrate Ontario or to other grant organizations, they can say, look, we know, we have a tourism product. If you invest in us, we can put on programming that'll invite more tourists, make them spend more, and it's generally successful with our clients. So I would hope that it'll be the same here. So those are kind of the big 4 or 5. The fifth is, the rest of them are more about the festival operations itself, not so much economics, but I'll quickly go through them since we're all here reviewing the study. Canal Days attracts tourists from many regions. I want to show you a chart here. We have to, as mentioned, we define a tourist as 40 kilometers away from the event site, but within Ontario. As you can see, they did not all come from 41 kilometers away. This chart demonstrates that sure, a great deal of your attendees are coming from Niagara Falls and region as expected, but we've got substantial proportions here from the GTA, from Toronto and suburbs, other provinces, and this really demonstrates that 1/3 of attendees who are non-local are coming from a lot of different areas, and you do have a tourism product that can be nurtured and fostered to grow. And to the next. We also asked, while we're at it, we're asking people visitor spending questions, so we ask all sorts of things about why they came and what they thought of sponsors. And one of the questions that we ask are what types of, what did you attend while you were here? And we have a nice chart here. We give them a list. What did you come for? Did you come for vendors, fireworks, concerts, cars and kites? And we have this, the blue bar represents sort of descending order. First it says, what did you attend? And then they give a list and they say yes or no to everything. And then the second part is, what was your main reason for attending? And the green bars sort of all, the green, not on your black and white reports, but up on the screen, the green bars add up to 100%. And this will help the event team really understand why people are coming. And it is all segmented sort of locals versus non-locals and by age category, so that the management team can understand why people are coming and create programs to cater to certain groups. And the seventh, I'll just quickly mention, we had another, to help with the festival with this marketing, we asked people where they get their information about the event and what would be their preferred sources, and there are charts in there. Print articles were the most popular information source, but there's a whole list there that you can review if you're interested in taking a look. But I'll just jump ahead to the sponsors. I know that there's a massive list of sponsors on the program of Canal Days, and we ask questions to help the event report back to sponsors or solicit new ones. And first of all, do they recognize the sponsors? So this is our unaided sponsor recall list, and we ask attendees, can you name 3 sponsors? And this is sort of top to bottom, so it looks like a lot of your businesses in town are getting a lot of recognition here. And we also ask questions regarding events and sponsors, sort of do people appreciate the sponsors? We've got quotes like, all other things being equal, I choose to do business with companies that support Canal Days. You've got some great numbers here saying that they agree. And Canal Days enhances the quality of life for people living in this region. Some really nice numbers there. And as council, events like this need more funding from governments. Well, we've got 1/3 of your residents would agree with that. And I think I've got just one more. And Canal Days is highly rated by attendees. Like any survey, everybody's done surveys, hotel feedback, or whatever you've done. So while we're at it, we don't just ask people about what they spend and what they think of the sponsors. We want to ask them if they've enjoyed themselves and how they would rate the event. These numbers are great. Only the yellow here represents anybody rating anything as poor. So you can see here that you've got a high quality property and you can pass that information to your corporate sponsors and government funders and community. And it's obviously an event that your 600 attendees were quite satisfied with. That was the executive summary. Again, I've worked at 500 or so events, and if you have any questions about how we measure economic impact or tourism of events or how events can contribute to a community, you're not going to meet a lot of people who can answer these questions so quickly, so I'm glad to take them. And
Mr. Harker, well done.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Well done. Very in-depth. And I tell you, you really have to concentrate on those numbers when you get right down to it. We have a strategic planning session actually coming up on Wednesday for Canal Days, and I'm sure this report is going to be the heart of the discussion, especially with respect to a lot of what people are saying, what the customers are saying. So really appreciate the time and the depth that you went into this report with, so well done. Members of council, questions or comments? Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Michael. I was one of those that stood up and said, you better get somebody here to explain it because I don't think people are going to believe these numbers. And, really, they're big numbers. And I guess we've heard from you that having done some 500 of, different events, that you must be pretty sure of these numbers, and they're a standard used in Ontario. And I guess as we meet the public and the public says, you got to be kidding me, where do you get, 2-point-some million or 3-point-some million? We got to have some facts. We now have the facts. The mayor alluded to a strategic planning session coming up. We were kind of guessing for a lot of years, and I'm sure we were close on some, but maybe we weren't very close on others. So we'll be able to tear this apart and take a good look at it and jig it whatever way. But I just wanted you to reinforce that these numbers are not just picked out of the air, but there is some scientific and a good track record of getting these numbers.
Sure. Well, I probably, now that you mentioned, I could highlight a couple of other items that just to really illustrate the depths we go through to make sure that these numbers are the way that they tend to be calculated. And I'll be the first to say there's a lot of bad numbers out there, and we get it from clients. We get clients who, come on, Mike, dial it up a little, give us some better numbers. I mean, the world is like that because everybody wants to report that they've got a $50 million event. But a few items that I'll mention, if we look here at the attendance estimate, the attendance is kind of a bad word. It's not a concise word, and everybody talks about their attendance. And when you're talking to tourism people, there are two numbers. There are total visits, and there are unique attendees. So when if you just say my attendance is this, and you compare it with the next guy, well, you could be totally on the wrong page. And what we have two numbers. There's the total number of visits, which is if a guy shows up, if he's there 3 days, we count him 3 times. So for example, the CNE in Toronto says that they have 1.4 million visitors, but it's really 1.1 million unique attendees. It just so happens that some people go back several times over. So. And a lot of times you get in trouble with that because you say visits. And, well, 1.4 million, there's no way you're getting that many. So what we're saying here are 300,000 visits, and that's counting the Friday, the Saturday, the Sunday, and the Monday, I think quite conservatively. And we ask on the on-site survey, how many days will you be attending this year? So a lot of people say 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and we come up with 1.9 visits. And then that divisor factor takes us from 300,000 visits down to 158,800 unique attendees, and that's sort of starts to sound a lot more realistic because when you go around just quoting how many 100,000 you have, and people don't want to believe you. So that might seem like a simple thing, but a lot of events don't bother with that, and they just take the 300,000 and they'll multiply the spending by it, and it's way out there. So first, we took care to do that. The other thing you should know is that when we survey someone, there's also a subroutine that counts whether or not they're in town for the event. So, for example, I'll take a downtown Toronto Jazz Festival. If we're surveying somebody who says, okay, well, I'm from out of town and you spent $1,000, and then we say, did you come to Toronto because of the Jazz Festival, or were you here for another reason? Well, if they came for the Jazz Festival, you get to count as money. If he's like, well, I was on a business trip, and I said, hey, wow, a jazz festival, and I came down here and you surveyed me, and the $1,000 is really for a business trip, we have to zero that out, and we did that here too. So not only does it sort of mathematically get erased. It actually brings the average down if you have too many of those. So these numbers are already factoring in, because that'll happen. You give a report like this and somebody says, oh yeah, but we know who people, they come to their cottage and then they go to Canal Days. They don't come here for Canal Days. We have already factored that in. So if they told us we're here for another reason and we happen to get surveyed, we have zeroed out all their expenses. The other thing that I'll say is the number, while, I mean, it can be subjective, the 1.9 million, it might sound like a lot, but it's about right. When we look at other events, if it had come out at 15 million or something like that, I mean, you would get laughed at. Generally big cities, only big city events like Toronto or Niagara Falls with a lot of tourists start breaking the 10 million. But I don't think anyone at Queen's Park or Heritage Canada, whoever's looking at the grants, is going to say, oh, those guys are crazy, 1.9 million. I mean, I think that sounds in the right ballpark, and you can be confident going around with that figure, yeah. So, a really long answer to your
Thank you, Michael.
Short question, but
That's the answer I want.
Thank you, Councillor Bonner. And I have to say, we're talking about attendance every year. Since probably the early 2000s, I'm always asked what the attendance is, and it's always subjective. So when they ask me the question now, I just say a lot. A lot of people.
Just say, it depends. Do you mean visits or unique attendees? And then they're lost.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, the media are, unbelievably, the media they'll print what you tell them. I mean, you could tell them you had a million. They'd print it. I don't know why they never question it, and then it happens. So it's nice to be able to say, we have a conservative estimate.
And I have to say, a lot of in all our events, a lot of people do, because of where we're located, a lot of people do just happen to fall or stumble upon Canal Days that happen to be in the falls, especially the falls being the attractor, and us being the complimentary event to the falls. A lot of people do come in and just happen to be in the falls for the weekend, and because of the marketing in their hotel rooms or some of the print material that they might stumble across, they end up here. And the nice part is that although they might zero that year because they're here because of the falls, the following year they're here because of Canal Days. So that's the kicker, and that's what we've been recognizing for the past few years.
Well, I agree with you, and like I mentioned, it's there are not a lot of events that sort of have the atmosphere. I mean, there are a lot of sort of waterfront events and waterfront fireworks displays, but I don't know, for me, it's just the boats coming through and the drawbridge going up and down just really takes it to a new level. I don't know why, but I think that's what people are looking for. I mean, everybody's a tourist and everybody goes to different cities and look at things, and sometimes you step back and say, it's all kind of the same. I mean, everybody has a pier and everybody has a fireworks show or whatever, and to have that unique atmosphere, I think is what needs to be marketed. And the pictures and the pictures that we have in this report of the overhead views and what it all looks like, and being able to get on boats and have tours is just something that others can't offer, and it is really a unique looking place, I think, across Ontario and in North America. Not a lot of places kind of have that look, and I think it's a unique property you can run with as a tourism property.
Great. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Harker. Mr. Harker, thank you very much for the work you've done. It's going to be a great tool and a great amount of information for us to go forward and plan future Canal Days. I just wondered if any of this information was given on specific days of the event. Was it separated out at all so we can compare Friday against Monday?
Well, yes. So we surveyed people on all 4 days, and the intention is generally to try to match the attendance pattern. So we sat down with Alina and her team and said, okay, well, how about we survey this many this day and this many, and to sort of add up. We don't sort of just do 600 on the first day and go home. So we had a sampling plan which matched that pattern. Now, when you do research reports, you can cross-tab any survey question by any survey question, and if you want, your report could be this thick, and you never get through it. So what we do is we report all of the findings by locals versus non-locals and by age, as you might have noticed in there. But if you wanted a breakdown of why do people come on certain days, or are there more males versus females on certain days, we can pull that. We offer unlimited consultation with all our studies, so if you need something like that, just let our office know. And I mean, it won't look brilliant in color like this, but we can put together a spreadsheet. Also, a lot of our clients use it for sponsorship. So they look, I'm pitching Toyota, and I need more data on women from age 30 to 39 or whatever, and it's not in the report. Well, I mean, we've got it in the computer. You would have had no reason to have pages of that otherwise. So by all means, if you need anything broken down by the 4 days or anything else, it's no problem.
Councillor Kenny.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for your presentation. I can tell you when I first saw this, I thought, how can that be possible that locals spent $4.9 million at this event? There was one question I want to ask in regards to that. It had the retail clothing purchased off-site. When you say off-site, are you saying purchase from stores in Port Colborne and not on the street, on the merchants, from the merchants on West Street? Are you saying that?
That's right. The reason why we ask it that way, so you have a list of questions. So, hello visitor, please tell us how much you spent on accommodations and food and all this. And then the reason why we ask it in separate categories is not only, first is to help them remember, because if you just say how much did you spend and maybe they didn't think about some things. But there's a separate category for retail clothing, because retail clothing, from an economic modeling perspective, has a much different effect on the economy, I guess, because of the markups or whatever than the rest of retail. So the economic modeling system asks you to input your retail clothing expenses separately from all other retail. And yeah, the wording of the survey on site was, we asked people to sort of separate how much you spent here at the festival versus just while you were in the area. Now, surveys aren't perfect, so it's really, you don't always know what's in a respondent's mind. So if they buy a T-shirt, sort of on the outskirts of your festival from a private vendor or something, do they think that they're buying at the festival, or do they think they're buying something off the festival? Well, that's really always going to be up to them. So, were you asking because you're in that industry, or
no?
I was just asking.
Yeah, okay. I thought that was curious. I was curious.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to bring it up, because the categories are not as robust as the totals themselves, because sometimes what somebody thinks is buying groceries versus buying something from a concession, they get them mixed up, and you try your best when you survey people, but things can get miscategorized for that reason.
Councilor?
The next very unique, I thought was really unique, reason for visiting the event, and you have it separated by one of the reasons and the main reason, because the main reason for the whole festival was the car and kite show. I found that really surprising. It wasn't the tall ships, which we boast as the...
Let's find that.
Yeah. Yeah, under the marketing, page 14.
Yeah, I'll get through. Yeah, I can speak to this a little. Make no mistake, in the event business, people want to spend on stuff. And I mean, I've seen events where you get people commenting like there's nothing to do here. What they're really saying is that there's no shopping here. For vendors to come up high like that is actually not surprising. There's a lot of people who go to events because they want to shop, and that's their enjoyment. So what we're saying here I like the way you've interpreted the graph. So the cars and kites came up as the largest, so 1 out of 5 attendees are saying that that's their main reason.
Yeah.
And we can look at the breakdown even. So you got me going here now, because I'm a researcher and I want to see now. The locals are much more likely to say that they were coming for cars and kites, and people ages 50 and over. So that's a really busy chart.
Yeah.
But if you're analyzing it, you're running the event, it can be very helpful to understand why people are coming.
Yeah, I found that very interesting. And the other one that I want to ask you about was page 17. And I see under not our events website, you do pretty well with locals and non-locals, especially non-locals. visiting our events website, but I see on the tourism website that percentage very low. What can we do to make that better? We're talking about a regular tourism website that people would go on to say what's going on this weekend and where. Is that what we're talking about? And how could we make it better so that we do better in that? Because that's way low. I was really shocked at that to see that.
Yeah, I agree. It's near the bottom, but we've asked this same question to so many events, and it always kind of comes near the bottom. And what you want to look at is the non-locals. So it gets a bit of a bump. So what we're saying is that in the last 30 days, 1 out of 10 non-locals said that they saw the event on a tourism website, and 7% said it'd be their preferred place to get information. I like that result, actually. I think that it's, I see zeros, so.
I was disappointed. That's just.
Well, I guess it all depends on how you're positioning your event. So, I mean, if you think that people are going to plan an Ontario trip and sort of what should we do this time? Or what should we do when we're in Ontario? And they're going to go to a tourism website and they're going to find you as a destination that way, and you place priority on that. There are organizations you can partner with, so you can sort of be in front of that decision maker. But if you don't feel that your event attracts people in that way, where sort of, hey, I'm going to Ontario, well, what 4 things should I see? And then you think that you're going to get selected, then I don't know that it's always worth that kind of investment.
All right.
It might be better to try to draw them in with the other, through traditional marketing or what you're offering as attractions.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're all welcome to call me at the office and ask more questions someday if you want.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. I may be asking Councillor Kenny's question in a different wording.
I'll answer it slightly different.
In regards to the GDP, can you or did you break it out into spending on, say, festival grounds and non-festival grounds? And I guess what everybody's wanting to know when they see the impact study, can you break it out into where people spend their money as to the vendors that are transient and the vendors in the city that are locals that are here year-round? I guess there's a lot of people, a lot of the store owners on West Street, a lot of the vendors downtown that are residents would like to know what's the impact on them economically, and how does that $2.1 million get split out between people that reside here and stay here and work here, and people that are just in for the event and leave?
All right. Well, there are some breakdowns in here. I don't know that it'll necessarily answer everything, but if you look at the 7th page has, why don't we just call it up? It shows you. Let's see, benefits. The spending by non-locals is broken down by category, and essentially what this is the 12 things that we asked them. Now, we don't know if they spent money at a restaurant. We don't know if it was on the festival grounds or if it was 10 kilometers away. But what we do know, some of them are sort of merchandise purchased on event site, concessions. The green, the second one down, implies at the event. That's generally, I mean, it only says concessions here, but the survey itself says concessions, meaning food and beverages purchased on the event site versus restaurants. Now, your event is unique because you have restaurants that are within the grounds and they're open. So I'm not going to be able to tell you if this 705,000, how that's divided between right within the core of your event versus the rest of the community. But the concessions, we know that people aren't buying hot dogs, 10 kilometers away from your event, as part of their experience. So we have that, and I think the retail sector is the merchandise purchased on event site versus merchandise purchased off-site. So we've got something there that you can share with your merchants or your BIA or whoever's interested in that. But the only way to do it the other way, we would have had to ask separately. How much will you spend on restaurants right here on the event site versus outside the event site? Some studies do that, but you can only ask people so many questions on spending before they lose attention.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At least it gives them something, the merchants, something to go on to see where people are spending, the breakout of their spending habits are, so they know that there's that pot of money that's available if people are looking for restaurants, that they're going to spend X number of dollars there, so you have the opportunity to bring them in. I guess the only other question I had was for the people that aren't privy to this in front of them, I guess on Cogeco, would be, we keep saying locals and non-locals, and the locals, I guess if we're sitting around the horseshoe, you would think the city of Port Colborne. But really, locals means, if you want to give that definition of what a local is?
Sure, yeah, I'll bring that up again. So for this study, we have defined a local person as being less than 40 kilometers from the event site and also within Ontario. So that's, and that came out to about 2/3 of your attendees, almost exactly, and then 1/3 are beyond 40 kilometers, and then they can be, the United States or another province or elsewhere outside of Ontario. We do that because the provincial ministry, and as far as grant applications are concerned, they like to see a 40-kilometer limit. Unbelievably, there have been Heritage Canada, if you apply for their grants, it has to be 100, and Industry Canada has to be 80 kilometers, and studies start getting messy. You have to report 3 different impact numbers to different granting organizations, and we have clients who do that. But probably what's most relevant here is to go with the 40-kilometer limit. You could just as well put city limits as local versus non-local, and your impact numbers will go up a bit, but then somebody will say, so do you mean to tell me if somebody walks over the town line, they're a tourist now, and not everybody likes to make that claim. So I think for that reason, the 40-kilometer, I think it works well in this region. Some regions it doesn't work very well, but I think it works well here. So to repeat, 40 kilometers is local, and beyond 40 is non-local for these purposes.
Thank you, Councillor. Members of Council, any further questions or comments? Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Michael. Michael, on page 3 you had the 2 numbers here. You had 2.1 million, which were total economic impact of canal days, and then on item 3, local residents spent 4.9 million, so those 40 kilometers and closer,
yes,
related to the event. So if you add those 2 up, it really is 7 million. But can you correlate it that way, or what's the best way?
You're a promoter, aren't you? Okay. We have events that do just that. They look at those 2 numbers. I'll use that. Pride Toronto is our client, and for many years, they have a whopper. They have a $50 million economic impact just from the non-locals, and they, as if that's not enough, they want to say 100. So they got the other 50 from the locals, and years ago they said, well, we want to put it together. So what sometimes they do is they put them together and they call it economic activity, or they call it economic benefits. Read closely when you see some of these reports sometimes. Something is bringing 100 million in economic benefits. Well, that's fine for a press release. And I mean, I have advised clients to do that. If you're in a culture where you want to say 7 million, well, hey, add them together, 7 million of economic activity. It's going to look good to sponsors. It's going to look good to other stakeholders or in the press. But then if you try to pass that off on a tourism grant, and people who know what they're doing are going to say, well, we know that it's not 7 million. We want the GDP. So yeah, we have a lot of clients who use different numbers for different purposes, and I think it's fair game to add those together and call it economic activity or economic benefits, because the local spending, and I have seen studies that astonishingly don't even count the local spending. Like they're kind of, oh, you're local, we don't want to know what you spent, thanks. And then they keep looking for tourists and ask their spending. But I think the local figure is relevant because, again, the event has the control over the time or place where that's spent. It's relevant for merchants, it's relevant for sponsors. It's a number that should be counted. Just know that, and that at those dinner parties that you're at where everybody's talking about economic impact, you can make that distinction and say, no, the GDP portion is this, and that's the tourism, that's the new money.
I think what's subjective there, Michael, is the fact that is where the people are coming from. You mentioned earlier about the money would otherwise still be spent in the municipality with respect to that 4.1 million. But would it, if in fact you're looking at people coming in from the Falls or coming in from Welland, coming in from Fort Erie, coming in from Burlington, Hamilton, areas like that, they may not be spending it here in Port Colborne. However, they might spend it in their own municipality. So I think you're correct in terms of having economic activity. But having said that, when we're making an application to those different government agencies that would otherwise give us the money or give us the funding, you'd have to go to the GDP and the GDP only.
That's right, and at a local scale, that counts, because you're saying, yeah, they're not spending it in Welland. An example I might give is a big city BIA event. Maybe Taste of the Danforth is a bit big, but anyway, Taste of the Danforth is our client, and they measure the local spending. So they can tell their merchants, hey, this couple million is getting spent here by locals, and there's an argument there. If the event picked up and left, well, people aren't just going to, the locals aren't just going to flock to Danforth on one weekend and spend their money. I mean, we know the event causes that. We're just not allowed to call it economic impact. So we have a lot of clients who are, maybe if they're BIAs or BIA-run events, really rely on that local spending figure. A parallel I might draw with you is the Kingston Busker Fest is our client as well, and they're run by a BIA, and they put a lot of stock into the local spending, and that's what the merchants want to see. And I mean, the purpose of a BIA is to bring people in to spend money, and they've got figures. They can say it's spent this much on retail, this much on restaurants, and a lot of times you get the sort of grumpy merchants and BIA members who complain about your event and say how it snarls traffic and they make no money, and then you can say, well, the other businesses are making $500,000, so I don't know what you're doing. but everybody, nobody lied here. I mean, we asked attendees how much money they spent, and they have no reason to tell us anything. That's why it's, as at the very beginning when I mentioned it's poor methodology to ask merchants how much money that was related to their event, because they're kind of afraid if they give you a big number, you're going to come back and ask for a sponsorship or something. So they give you a low number. Oh, we don't make any money off this, and then it's sort of a non-starter. So your attendee has no reason to make up numbers. Right. It's quite simple. It's an average of what everybody spent after surveying hundreds of people, and multiplied by the number of non-locals, and run it through an economic model. I mean, it's done all the time.
Members of council, any further questions or comments? Members of staff, any questions or comments? Gary, Stephen, anything you want to add to? No? Bob, any comments?
Your Worship, we'll add the report to the web for full public review, one end or the other. And we'll be happy to field or receive questions or comments, and perhaps if there's something comes out of it that is subjective or objective, we'll be happy maybe to get back to Mike for any clarification for anybody that in the city that needs more information.
Great, thank you, Bob. And with Gary?
And I think you mentioned earlier, we do have the strategic planning session on Wednesday night of this week, and I think this document is going to be an excellent help to setting our strategic direction for the future.
Great. Thank you, Gary. And I want to take this opportunity, Michael, to thank you and your organization. I think for many years, having been in this chair since 1997 for the better part, except for 3 years when Ron had it, I think he probably shares these comments. We often get questioned in terms of what the benefits of Canal Days in fact is. And although we see it from this end, because we see some of the spending that's happening and some of the activity that happens, we hear from not only the residents, but as more so the businesses in terms of how helpful and how much of a stimulator it is for them during those 4 days. And this validates that. There's no question that, especially within the retail sector, we hear quite often, especially in the West Street, Clarence Street area, that in fact, without this event, the balance sheet would be a lot different at the end of the year versus what it is today. As well, I have to say that, as Councillor Steele, I think, was alluding to see the spending that's happening from the locals, and I'm really glad you articulated and defined what those locals are. They're not just locals here in Port Colborne, they're locals up to 40 kilometers. And therefore, hearing that a lot of that money is being brought into the city is good news. And of course, the GDP being where it's at is very comforting, especially with respect to our funding that we're expecting to get yearly from different provincial and federal agencies is refreshing. So, job well done. And as Gary said, with our strategic planning session coming up on Wednesday, and of course other meetings, this document is probably going to be a staple at those meetings when we're discussing different aspects of the event, as well as how, if we are going to change or make changes, how we make those changes with respect to the different venues and of course the way we're going to bring people into the event. So well done.
Well, thank you. Well done to you all as well.
Great.
It's a great
event. Thank you, Michael. Members of council, thank you. And to Gary and Stephen and the whole team back there, that's 4 people. 4 people. You know, you have Gina, you have Elena, Michelle, and of course Brian back there. But even behind them, you have Gary and Terry and Claudia who volunteer on the Canal Days Committee. Folks, those, by the way, those 2 guys right there, Gary and Terry, that's the car show. But of course behind them or beside them is about 40 different volunteers. And so quite frankly, I think this validates the work that staff and all the volunteers involved in all the venues, as well as throughout the entire event, all those that wear the yellow or the green or the blue shirts, depending on what year it is, in fact, what they do. So not only have you validated what the city does, more importantly, it's the community that really puts on Canal Days, and I think you validated what they do on a yearly basis. So to all those watching on Cogeco that are part of Canal Days, kudos to you, most importantly. So with that, I'm going to ask for a mover and seconder to accept the presentation, please. Councillor Kenny, Councillor Steele, are there any further questions or comments on the presentation? All those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. The report has been moved by Councillor Kenny. Do I have a seconder for that report, please? Councillor Elliott. Are there any questions or comments further to the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Once again, folks, thank you. We'll now move on to item 2. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Department of Community and Corporate Services, Community Services Division Report number 2011-33, subject schedule of rates for Community Services 2012, be approved, recommending 1. The Council of the Corporation of the City of Port Colborne approves the schedule of rates for the following facilities as per the attached appendices for the 2012 season, commencing January 1st, 2012. A, West Side Arena is listed in Appendix A. B, Centennial Pool is listed in Appendix B. C, Roseland Center is listed in Appendix C. D, Nickel Beach is listed in Appendix D. And E, Municipal Playing Fields as listed in Appendix E. 2, that the appropriate facility rate bylaws be presented to Council for approval.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Doucette, questions or comments? Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd like to thank Councillor Kenny for asking for this to be deferred as I was away last meeting, and I thank my fellow councillors for doing that. Just a few things on this. Basically, looking it over, the only things that I was concerned with were the ice rates at this time, due to the fact that when the new facility opens, there'll be a crossover between the West Side Arena and the Valley Health and Wellness Center. In going back to our SCDM consultations, when we had them come on board and looked at the fees that we were charging, looked at how we were doing business, how we were programming our current facilities and what the potential is for our new facilities, I looked at Gary's numbers here and I thought, you know, I know it's only for a short period of time, but in my mind these are a little higher than what we looked at through SCDM. They basically told us at that time that we were right on track with our increases per year. In the average, it was anywhere from $5 to $7, $8 that over the years that these have gone up per hour. So the only change I would like to make is I would like to amend that staff is recommending an increase of $10. I would like to reduce that to $7 in the ice rate for adult prime time. And where it says $15 to non-prime time rentals, I'd reduce that to $10. Again, this is the West Side Arena only. Once our new facility opens, there's going to be a whole new myriad of fees as far as yearly passes and swimming and the gymnasium and bocce and hockey and skating and whatever else. So I mean that's all going to change based on the recommendations that are going to come forward to council in the next number of months from our committee on that. So I just like to keep in unison of what we've been doing. I know it's not a lot of dollars that I'm reducing it by, but I think it keeps in the general agreements that we've had over the last number of years. Hockey's been around, or for minor hockey, we've had our consultations both with our board and Gary's department, so the $5 is no problem there. So if I could make that amendment, Your Worship, just to those portions, and then Gary can change the rest of the numbers based on page 69 of my old. It's actually page 45 of the new report, 69 of the last report.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. So second to that amendment. Councillor Danch, questions to the amendment? Okay, Councillor Elliott and Councillor Bodner.
With the reduction in the rates, what's the target we're going to? I mean, with the rate increase, where are we going to? What revenue are we trying to generate from the increase in rates, and why and I guess why the reduction? You say that with SEDM, they said that we're on target for the move. What's the target, and when do we expect to be at the target? Because I don't know what we're aiming for. What rate are we looking to get to?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Steele?
Your Worship, I do apologize because I don't have that report with me. I don't know if Gary, the original SCDM schedule of rates, that I don't know if you may have it. My understanding, if my brain is working correctly at 9:53 at night, we were getting around the adult prime time. We were trying to get in and around, as the new facility opens, around the $200 mark or somewhere close to that. But as we creep up to it, and I'm going back a few years based on that report, or where they started with their numbers, minor hockey at that time was going to be up to around the 130 to 150 mark as time went on. As it opened up, there were other numbers there for blocks of ice, I mean, and those type of things, but it was mostly the prime time rates and your minor hockey rates that really drive it, because those are your men's leagues and your minor hockey rates that use those predominantly. Your rentals are normally day rentals, which are non-prime, or late at night, which are non-prime, which those could be one-off rentals for the arena. I apologize, I don't have that exactly in front of me. I don't know if Gary can find it, but I think Gary or could get that report pulled out and get you a copy of it, though. But it will give you a track that we presented to the committee, and where we felt we should be once the facility opens, and how we proceed from there.
Councillor, just for clarification, the Schedule A to the bylaw with respect to the arena schedule of rates for 2012, it identifies adult minor hockey, block ice time, and it identifies public schools, adult non-prime time, youth non-prime time. What are you actually targeting here from the 10 to the 7?
Was the adult prime time and the adult non-prime time, which I was lowering those. Those were the two. The $5 for minor hockey would stay, and that's been there for years. That's actually been more. It's been less. It's been as low as 3, I think, in the past.
So essentially, we're looking at adult.
So those are the only two that I felt that if we're going to be taking the current facility that you pay for, not the new facility, the current facility, we should keep on track with where we are. As we move into the new facility, because although the certain cases the fees will be fairly similar and they'll go up as these other ones have, but you're going to have a whole new deck of cards as far as the types of memberships that you can buy, because you've got a one-stop shop as opposed to just going to the West Side Arena, or just going to the East Side Arena, or just going to the Centennial Pool. Now, Centennial Pool, you can go in and buy a year pass. However, the new facility, you can buy a year pass and get you public skating, get you public swimming, get you gym use. If there's a fitness center, they get you into there. Whatever else you're going to be doing on the site. So, I mean, those again will have to come forward, because the whole scenario changes after we're totally out of the old facilities. So, all I'm trying to say is I'm trying to keep on track here with what we've done in the past. Again, I know it's not a lot of money. I heard it was said that we're trying to gouge people around the table. I've heard that. So that's not what I was there for. I just want to follow what we've been presented, and again what we've done in the past. So that's where I'm coming from on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To staff, is the Schedule A on page 45 reflective of what shows in the staff comments, as in recommending the $10 for the adult prime and the $15 of the non-prime time? Are those the numbers that those increases are reflective of?
Mr. Bakens?
Certainly, yes. The adult rate was, I had suggested go to $200, and Councillor Steele's recommending it be $197 now, so it was $190 last year. That was including the all taxes. And then the other one is right at the bottom, the adult rate, 1 hour, 145. I was going to add $15 to that, so it'd be 160 there. That would now be 155.
Okay, because it says non-prime time rentals, and I'm looking at it's only going up $10, and that doesn't correlate with that. We're still speaking to the amendment?
That's right.
Okay. Because Councillor Steele had said that the goal was $200 an adult, which the $10 increase gets us to. The minor hockey stays at $1.30, which you said was between 130 and 150 was the target, so we're at the low end of that. And the adult rental for 1 hour, you want to reduce that down to 155 from 160. And then we said that once we move from down at the bottom, it says ice time rentals, these rates take effect September, not January the 1st, right? We're not moving them up halfway through the season, right?
Correct.
So September is the increase. Way in advance so people know how to budget for that?
Mr. Mickens?
Exactly right, yes. We'll be setting those in the spring of this year, but we need to find out who our service providers are going to be for all our rates and fees so we can get those now and then put them in place so people can budget for a proper year. You're correct.
Okay. Councillor Botter?
Councillor Elliott asked every question I was going to ask.
Very good. Further questions, members of council, to the amendment? To the amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. To the amended motion, questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you, council, and thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Kenny, item 7.
Poll for the Councillor Elliott's conflict on the Department of Community and Corporate Services Report number 2011-52, subject appointment of auditors be approved, recommending one, that the Council of the City of Port Colborne appoint the auditors Grant Thornton for 5 years, begin 2011 to 2015 included, and 2, that staff prepare the bylaw for such appointment.
Thank you, Councillor Kenny. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Butters. Questions or comments? Councillor Kenny.
No, Your Worship, only pulled it for the conflict.
Members of council, any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kenny. We'll now move on to item 10. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Dan.
The Department of Planning and Development, report number 2011-89, subject information report, Niagara Gateway Economic Zone and Center Community Improvement Plan be approved, recommending that this report be received for information purposes.
Thank you, Councillor Desmarais. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Bodner. Mr. Aquilina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we'll fill in the gaps. As the council is aware, in 2006, through the growth plan, the City of Port Colborne was designated as an economic gateway center, and the region in 2008, and His Worship is part of the team that is developing policies not only for the gateway but for the economic zone out in Niagara Falls, Fort Erie. It's about having the lands identified for business expansion and retention of those lands that are in there. And so there's policies that are being developed as we speak, and we'll be bringing them forward for approval at the regional level, I'm told, in the spring. So what the region has done is to augment those policies, they've begun the process to develop a economic gateway center zone community improvement plan. So those lands would include, for the gateway center, would include Port Colborne, Welland, and Thorold. And so there are incentives that would bring these lands for more marketability, for more attraction, to develop those lands within our corridor that, for us, it's the lands that are west of the 140 and east of the Welland Canal. We also are in the process, as council is aware, of developing our own industrial community improvement plan. We've held our public meeting, so these two CIPs will complement one another. And so once ours will be done prior to this one, but both will then be used to have more incentive programs to attract more industrial development within the Gateway Center. So I'm told that will be be brought to council, regional council's approval in the early spring as well. So, Mr. Mayor, that is the brief report. I know that you're part of the team that is developing the Gateway Center policies, and if any member of council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them on behalf of the region.
Thank you, Mr. Eckler. Any questions or comments? I'll just say briefly, it's been a pleasure actually to chair this committee at the region, simply because this is Niagara's new economy. This has identified, the province has identified the Niagara region, or certain parts of the Niagara region, as an economic zone, which is the border areas, Port Erie, Niagara Falls, as well as the economic center, Gateway Center, which is Port Colborne, Welland, and parts of Thorold. And with this designation comes a lot of benefits. It was one of the reasons why tonight I wanted to bring, as Stephen spoke about, the Attracting Investment and Creating Jobs Act forward. Because one of the things that Gateway is in fact doing is no different than what we're doing with our local CIPs, with our local community improvement plans, regardless if it's on Main Street, downtown, waterfront, brownfields. It offers a myriad, a menu of incentives to invest here in Port Colborne. What the Gateway is also going to do is compound that with additional incentives, both in the regional area, as well as promoting incentives from the provincial and federal levels, as well as hopefully the Creating Jobs Act will add to that to do business here in the Niagara region, as well as within the city of Port Colborne. Great news report. I know a lot of people ask me what it's all about. It's there, it's on the regional website, it's on the local website, but quite frankly, it speaks of Niagara's new economy. The reason for those designations is the assets that we have in place here vis-a-vis the canal, the rail, the road, lands, and the list goes on. So great news for the city, great news for the region, and we look forward to packaging all those incentives and then marketing it so that people not only recognize what they do have here to invest in within the region of Niagara, but also the incentives that are going to give that will be offered to them to invest here in the region as well as throughout the city here. So great news for the city, and we hope council passes this report tonight. So with that, further questions or comments? All in favor? Opposed? That'll be carried. Thank you. And Dan, thank you. We'll now move on to item 11. Councillor Kenny.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Department of Planning and Development report number 2011-91, subject request for extension of draft plan of subdivision approval, file number 26T-12-2000-02, Northland Estates be approved, recommending 1, that council resolve to extend the draft plan approval for the Northland Estates draft plan of subdivision to January the 13th, 2013, and 2, that QX4 Investment Limited Consulting Services be notified accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor. For a seconder to that, please. Councillor Steele, questions or comments? Councillor Kenny.
Thank you once again. Through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Aquilina. Mr. Aquilina, there seems to be another developer who's asking for an extension of his original draft plan. This one started in December 1st, 2001, and now we're at 2011, 10 years later, and asking for yet another extension. Can you tell me, with the developer, I noticed in your report that he asked for a 2-year extension and you felt that a 1 year was enough. Is the 2014 an unreasonable one, just for the fact that perhaps there'd be a change of council in that time, and you think that that might be something hard for them to fathom with a request again for an extension of subdivision? That's one question. And the second question is, have you seen any changes? Because it says in your report on page 99 that this is going to allow them an opportunity to address the new planning policy and initiatives. Would they not be under the old planning initiatives, I guess, policy plans and stuff? If you could help me out with that, thanks.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Kenny, the reason for the 1-year extension only as opposed to the 2-year request, it was to show the sincerity on my part for the developer to be sincere in moving forward with this application. We did meet with them. It was expressed at that time that I was only going to support 1 year. I know that the applicant is looking to jig his plans and to reapply to make the development more dense and more marketable. And so it's, for me, having a one-year time frame will then bring this back to council for a red line revision to the draft plan, as well as the zoning bylaw amendment that would be required. If it goes to 2 years, you wouldn't probably see the applicant here till that second year. So it's the sincerity on the developer's part to come forward and actually move on this development. The second part of your question, the planning policies have nothing to do with this application. It's just based on, I'm only requesting a one-year extension time, and that's purpose only, has nothing to do with planning policies. The developer is trying to make it more dense and more marketable.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Further to that, Councillor?
Just one more question, Mr. Aquilina. So, your guess, I guess you're saying with your sincerity towards that developer and that developer towards us, on that next year at this time we're going to have a final plan of subdivision for this area, whatever that plan happens to be?
Mr. Aquilina.
Mr. Mayor, what you'll have prior to that 1 year's time, you'll have an application for a zoning bylaw amendment, and you'll have an application for a red line revision to the draft plan. The conditions to that draft plan will still stay the same, or there may be a revision to those conditions as well as part of that approval and part of that extension. That will be an application that will be brought before that 1 year deadline because of the timing requirements. It has to get done.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Councillor Steele?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Aquilina. Mr. Aquilina, these are different people that were back, that were here in 2001, correct?
Mr. Aquilina.
Through Mr. Mayor, at the time of that application, it was a different owner.
Correct. So these are new owners kind of taking up what that group started?
Through Mr. Mayor, 2006, this ownership group came together.
So in reality, it sounds like they're trying to make this their project as opposed to somebody else's?
I would have to concur with that, and having met with the developer, he has met with other people that would like to move forward on this application, so I'm hopeful that it is going to move forward.
Councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Kenny, with regards to what staff have just stated, I have no problem in extending this for the year given, due to the fact that it is new ownership. To be quite honest, I think better ownership or better people involved than there was in the past, but I think they sound like they generally want to move forward with this, and I trust Dan's opinion on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Aquilina. With the 1 year extension, when they come back for reapplication, providing they come back with obviously a zoning bylaw amendment, will that allow us to put conditions on his reapplication for obviously intensification going forward? If he's looking for an extension of his plan of subdivision past 2013 or 2013, 14, 15 on, can we put conditions on? Obviously, we're doing him a favor. You're saying in sincerity, the sincerity of planning to provide this. How is he going to be reciprocal to us to show us that, unlike maybe the other subdivisions that are on plan that are sitting vacant, that he truly is meaningful in moving forward with the plan of subdivision? I would like to see us be able to do something after or getting towards the end of the year, that we can put something, some conditions on that next application that's going to make him move forward with his plan of subdivision. Is that possible?
Mr. Aquilina?
Mr. Mayor, it is possible, and I would suggest you do that at the time of the extension request. If you're going to approve that extension, you should tie some conditions to that so the developer is firmly aware of what the expectations are of council. And then if it comes back for another extension, you can then look back, what has he done or what has the developer done? And you as a council can contemplate whether or not you want to extend it any further or have it lapse.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions or comments on this report? With that, I'll call the question. Your pleasure, members. All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. We'll now move on to item 19. Councillor Kenny.
Item 19, the City Hall front vestibule improvements. Council direction required. I would like to know if Mr. Hansen has come up with any solutions to our dilemma. Through you to Mr. Hansen.
Mr. Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following our meeting last week on the discussion of the vestibule, it was left to the councillors to come in and have a review of some different concepts, some different ideas. We didn't get any additional input on that, but what I did do as a point of clarification, there were some questions about the details of the revised estimate, the revised concept of the vestibule, and I did get some clarification on that. That does affect the pricing that was in the original estimate. One of the ideas in the revised concept was that there'd be a roof unit in terms of the HVAC for the new larger vestibule that would be glassed in. And one of the discussions with the general contractor was that we could do away with the roof unit and just have some simple forced electric heaters like we have at some of the doors here right now. And in fact, that would reduce the mechanical cost in the estimate from $22,600 down to $5,000. And the additional cost saving that could be gotten from these changes would be that the roofing, if we didn't put an HVAC unit on the new roof, the roofing costs would disappear as well. So that would go to zero. So in effect, what that does is reduce the original estimate of $122,599 down to $103,709. So that's a revised estimate based on completely closing that in. Other than that, the stairs, railings, and foundations, just for clarification, these have to have full foundations. As we move out towards the sidewalk, we have to have full 4-foot foundations to support the new steps and the new front to the building. The finishes in the drywall paint that has to be done, this is to remove and replace existing plaster ceiling in the area. The reason being is to conceal all the new electrical. The system still has to be sprinklered, even the small entranceway or the new concept larger one has to be a sprinklered system. That's a requirement under the building code. So there's some reduction in cost for that as well. So that's really the only clarification I have at this point. We have the original concept as we discussed at $37,000, at the $37,000 estimate, or the revised concept that we discussed to bring the architect in, do the additional work to bring this up to code and provide the necessary drawings, stamp drawings for revised concept. That estimate is now revised to $103,709.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Councillor Kenny.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. I had talked to you in regards to if that what was on the inside of the building could be moved to the outside, which was whatever is constructed there now could be moved to the outside, because it was my idea that there was never going to be anything on the inside because we have such a small vestibule or area, whatever you want to call it, when you step into City Hall. A mistake we made, I think, but I got to live with it. But I just wondered why that portion that's now inside can't be moved outside. There's no, I kind of measured. Actually, I had my husband measure. And I think there's room there to move that out. Is there a reason there can't be? It can't be moved out with just a small peaked glass roof, so that would be, we'd still have a better vestibule, because I really don't like it on the inside at all. And I was just wondering if that could be done.
Mr. Hansen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The inside portion, as we see on the drawings now, on attachment 4 that you provided earlier, the inside portion of that is a short glassed portion of the vestibule that provides that separation from the inside doors to the outside doors. I think the original idea on this in the design was that we wanted to maintain, the direction was to maintain the original look of the outside facade as much as possible. And I think there was a perception that a very long entranceway on the outside of the building wouldn't be aesthetically pleasing to look at it that way. So this was a way to put partially inside and outside and create that separation between the doors. And I think the long extension of wood all the way out to the existing steps probably wouldn't look very good. And it also creates a problem for the access from the handicap ramp that comes up the side of the building. We would have to put an additional door in there, or bring it all the way out, and then we're getting close to the front of the existing steps to do that. So I think that was the sort of the balance between inside and outside, and not having that entranceway stick too far out into the existing entranceway.
Thanks.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Hanson. We were up in Toronto yesterday. I saw numerous buildings that don't have double doors, but have the carousel doors, the revolving door. Did we ever consider that?
Mr. Hanson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was looked at in the original design. They're not putting those in anymore. There's real accessibility problems with that. And it wasn't, according to the architects, that's not a good design to put into a building of this type, where you're having people coming in and out for accessibility purposes. And it's better to have the double set of doors.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ron again. When you say accessibility, are we doing away with the accessible doorways and combining it into one main entrance?
Mr. Hanson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we aren't. The access door is still on the side there as well. But as far as accessibility and the revolving door itself, it's not a preferable option in doing that and doing the temperature controls as well. It's better to have the separation in there for the public coming in. It's just a better way of getting the public in and out of the doors.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Still a revised price to me at over $100,000. I mean, we're going through budget and we're, at 8.4%. I didn't come to see what the revised looked like because I could picture it in my mind after we left last time from budget. I'm going to say we stick with the original at $37,000. We had staff go through it and approve it. Came to council, we approved it here. Let's get it going. We're going to spend another $100,000 more than what we had budgeted for the original thing. I just think stick with the original and let's move on.
Have a second to that recommendation, please. Councillor Kenny. Do you have any questions or comments on that recommendation? Stick to the original plan. What you're done now. Councillor Doucette.
I can't vote for anything like that. I would rather wait another year, wait till money is a little bit more available, and then do it properly. I remember when we built this building. It was part of the process. I was on council at the time. And I remember, and maybe Mr. Mayor can correct me, we had all that glass in there. But at the time, we made the decision to take it out to save money. Well, I keep saying it over and over again. Sometimes when you try to save money, it comes back and boots you in the, well, this is what this is doing. Okay? It should have been done in the first place. And the cost then, compared to the cost now, would be about what Mr. Ugly is going to cost us right now. Okay? We're calling it Mr. Ugly. Everyone is calling it Mr. Ugly. Everyone thinks it's not nice, and yet we're saying we're going to put it in.
It's there.
No. What the little part that's there, Mr. Ugly goes all the way outside. We have to remember that. That's only half of it. That's the other issue. I would rather wait, do it properly. This is the center of town. This is the major building that represents the government of this city, and we're going to put something that we call that here? Come on, guys. Let's wait another year. Let's get it properly. We need to compensate this contractor for what he's done. Don't get me wrong. I think we're going to have to do that, and there's no two ways about that. It's going to cost us some money. But we're going to be able to save some money now, and especially with the budget we're going through. But I can't vote to put something in front of this building that everyone keeps telling me is going to look like, you know what, okay? It's just not proper. Let's wait another year or two, get the money, do it right. Let's do it right.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Demrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with much of what Councillor Doucette had to say. I cannot support spending any money on something that is, it would be an eyesore. It absolutely does not reflect the standing of the city and the importance of City Hall. But I do think that we should learn some lessons out of this, and the next time we're going to build something, the next time we've got an idea like this in front of us, we explore all options first. At this point, we have a contractor that's waiting to do something, and we do owe something to that contractor. So if there is a chance that we could possibly enter into some negotiation with the contractor and see if the design could be reworked, possibly bring some prices down and be able to deal with the situation that way, or explain that we want to do a completely different design, but possibly we could promise the contract to him. I know that doesn't normally go that way. There's normally a tendering process, but we have to do something because we don't want to lose almost $40,000 either. Either that, or let's build what's being proposed, the revised version, $100 and some odd dollars, $103,000.
Thank you, Councillor. Further comments or questions? Councillor Dash?
There's no way I would go along with spending $100 grand on an entryway. I'm sorry. Get a magic marker, some masking tape, and lay it out on the floor. It's not worth it. I mean, take it down. I got to go along with Malone there and say, like, let's wait. I mean, there's a boo-boo here, and it's got to be corrected, but I don't think this is the time or the place.
Thank you, Councillor Dash. Further questions or comments? Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Hanson. When the revised design came forward, it actually had a dual purpose. It gave us a new entranceway with the heat in the winter and the cooling in the summer, but it also will provide a bus shelter for our transit system. If we stick to the plan that we originally decided on, and then we have to go build or put a bus shelter out there, because that's what we've been asked for, do we know what kind of cost that'll be as far as how much is a bus shelter?
Mr. Hanson?
Mr. Mayor, I'm being told that a typical bus shelter is worth something like $10,000 in that range.
Councillor?
Thank you. And under that 103 or almost 104,000, actually through you, Your Worship, to Peter. Peter, you mentioned during the budget deliberations that there was, because we were using it as a dual purpose, how much was coming forward out of the transit money to help offset this cost?
Mr. Sinez?
Through Mr. Mayor, we were looking at about $15,000 coming from the transit reserve.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you.
That's good for him. Further questions or comments? Councillor Butter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting Councillor Elliott's idea of staying with the original. I think I'll admit I made a mistake on that first vote. I, like Councillor Kenny, didn't envision it coming inside that much. I really thought the majority of this was going to be on the outside, and but I don't want to compound one mistake with another mistake. It's a lot of money, but the 103 we just heard could be 10,000 off for a bus shelter that we wouldn't do. Some money coming forward from the transit money that we have, and I think at budget tomorrow night, right? Yes. That we're going to, at least I'm going to bring up the big D word, debenture, that we may have to start, look at that budget, because we're far apart, and what our, room is for debenture room and possible projects that could be, or money that could be debentured. Anyways, I won't vote for the original, and I think I'll just hold my nose and swallow the medicine, and if it comes to it, go for the second option.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions or comments on this issue? Second time around, I have Councillor Kenny and Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too can support the $103,000 of revised estimate. Ron, last time when you were talking to us, you said that we may have a problem with this contractor in the fact that he wants, obviously, money for what he's built thus far. What I want to know is what is the problem if we delay? Because I know how we had talked about this forced air heat coming down, and you said that we already have that. I can't feel it. Is it on now? Like, if I stand and open the door, will I feel that heat come down on me? Do you? Sort of, yeah, sort of. I don't feel it, you know. Because I thought that was a way to stop the cold air from coming in. But anyways, I just find it too hot. I just can't justify that to people who have asked me. Actually, I've had a couple people call me and say, "You got to be kidding me! You're not going to spend that kind of money." But anyways, I can't support that because I think it's way out of line. In my envision, you know, Councillor Bodner, you're correct. I thought it was more outside than inside. And if that same structure is going on the outside, whether you like it or not, that's a lot better than spending the 103. And that price that he gave us includes that outside portion, correct?
Mr. Hanson, she has a few questions there.
The $103,000 includes $12,700, which we've already incurred. That's materials that are on site and what's been built to date. If we don't build it, we have to pay him to take that down and reinstate what's already there. Your other question, the air curtain is there. There's an opening just inside the door. Now, keep in mind, the HVAC system is new and they're still balancing the system. So perhaps the day you were there, it wasn't quite there, but there's an air curtain there so that when the door opens, there's warm air coming down there in the winter months and cool air in the summer to try to offset the changes from the doors we know.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess we're back to the same point you were 15 years ago when we built the building. We're not doing the entranceway because we don't have the money. And we're saving $100,000 by not doing it. And if we put it off and we do the $100,000, we're paying the $12,000 that's already been done. We're paying to reinstate what's there, pay money to take it down. Now the price goes from $103,000, take 10 off because it's a bus shelter. Now you're still at $105,000, $110,000 in today's dollars, and if it's next year, add on inflation. It's $100,000 for a doorway. Councillor Bodner's talking about debentures. You're going to debenture a whole lot of money we don't have. We're spending taxpayers' dollars on doors. I say, call into question, vote on the doorways that we have. If you don't like it, vote no, and I'll call for a recorded vote.
Thank you. Further questions or comments, members? So, Madam Clerk, can you read out the motion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the motion on the floor is that Council approve the original design option.
Okay. And the councillor has asked for a recorded vote?
I can.
Oh, it's only it's committee. That's right. It's the adjourned council. Councillor Elliott. Members of council, any further questions or comments on the motion as moved by Councillor Elliott and seconded by Councillor Kenny? With no further questions, members of staff, any questions or comments? With none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? Tie vote. I'm opposing it. It's lost. Members of council, any further direction you want to give? Councillor Steele?
Well, it's got to get on the floor. I'll move that we accept the revised estimate from staff, which puts an additional $51,709 on the project.
Do I have a seconder to that? Councillor Bodner? Questions or comments to that? Councillor Doucette?
My hearing's going. I'm not sure I heard Councillor Steele properly. I didn't hear that whole thing. Especially towards the end there, you said something about $51,000. I don't know where that's coming from. So.
Thank you, Your Worship. Based on the revised cost from staff with what we've budgeted so far and the transit fees, it actually is an additional $51,709.
Mr. Sinez, did you want to give some clarification to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, on an estimate that is fairly close to being the amount. What we have is that the revised is $104,000, $15,000 come from the reserve for the transit. That brings it down to $88,209, and the original funding for this project was $37,000.
Which is already there?
Which is already there, was $37,000. So it'll be down to about $51,000.
So what we're looking at for in the 2012 budget is $51,000?
Correct.
Okay, so is council clear on that? So actually, what you're actually looking for this project for 2012 budget is $51,000. You already have 37 in reserve for that project. You have 15 coming from transit. Okay. And there was, what was the other one, Mr. Sinez? There was 15 from reserve or from transit, 37 for the project already?
37 from the original project.
Right, okay. So we're clear on that? Councillor Bodner?
Just a point there. Do we want to, are we good on that number? Do we want to put 51,000 in, or do we just want to go with the original estimate less the money that's available? I don't know. I guess if the treasurer's fine with it, I'm fine with it. I just don't want to see him back here asking for another $2,000 or, you know, better yet, they got $2,000 left. But.
Mr. Sinez?
Yeah, the additional funds would be $51,709. Because what we're taking is what we already owe for this project, plus the new design is $103,709, and we have $15,000 to come from reserve, brings us to $88,709, $37,000 of which $12,000 we've already spent.
And already budgeted.
And already budgeted. So the $37,000 off that is $51,709. So we're looking at about $52,000.
Which would impact the 2012 budget.
Now the only other cost would be, that I could think of, would be the cost of removing what's already there. And I'm not sure what that cost. $3 to $5, a couple $1,000. So we don't have a price for what, removing what is existing there now.
Okay. Councillor Bonner?
Have we thought of selling that and having somebody, I'm just thinking, what are we going to do? Just give it back to the guy?
Mr. Sinez?
Through Mr. Mayor, we've already paid for that glass shelter and all of that, and we would probably hold on to that and use it somewhere else if need be.
Further questions or comments on the motion? So the motion is specifically asking for this year's 2012 budget to offer $51,700 for this project, because 37 is already in the budget from 2011, 15 is coming out of reserves. So Councillor Steele is being very specific on a 2012 budget, contributing $51,000 for this project. Okay? Councillor Steele?
Yeah, my motion is to accept the revised estimate. All I wanted to state that it was an additional $51,709. A previous speaker said we were adding $100,000 to the original price, which we're not. I just want to clarify what the approximate impact to that budget would be. based on what we were presented the other night, and then again this evening with, through Mr. Hansen's department. So it's not part of the motion. I was trying to clarify the actual dollars we're dealing with here. My motion is to accept the revised estimate that was presented by staff.
Great, thank you.
Point of clarification.
There's no such thing.
Well,
you just want clarification?
Clarification. I didn't say it was going to add $100,000 on the budget. I said it was going to cost us $100,000 more to do the other one. The cost of the project, regardless of where the funding comes from, is $103,000 as compared to $37,000. You're still taking money out of reserves, and we're always talking about how we've got to replenish our reserves. Now we're taking $15,000 out. We may add 52,000, which adds about an extra 0.5% on the budget. Now we're over 9%. We haven't even started cutting yet. So I didn't say it was going to add $100,000 to the budget. I said it was a $100,000 project compared to the $37,000 that we've already got underway, plus whatever it costs to remediate, fix up what's already started. So it's not $100,000 on the levy, but we're taking $15,000 out of reserves. You're going to add the $37,000 that was already budgeted to it, so the project itself is still over $100,000.
Just for clarification, Peter, if in fact we were to not build the second choice, costing $103,000, we'd still have to spend that $15,000 on a bus shelter, would we not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would still have to put a bus shelter out front because people are asking for that, and that would probably cost us about $10,000.
Okay, so that's going to either be spent on one or the other. Okay, just clarification. Councillor Butters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still haven't heard what the price would be for the removal and rehabilitating when that structure's removed, the floor, the wall, the whatever.
Mr. Hansen?
Could I have an idea on that, please?
Just trying to find that price, Mr. Mayor. I don't think we have a firm price on the removal. At this stage, we're just trying to decide whether in fact it's going to stay or be removed. We'd have to pay the contractor to remove a portion that's inside the building right now. The doors, in fact, at the $12,774 that's been spent, it's not a total loss if it didn't go forward, because those doors that were purchased for that would be, in fact, be the new doors for the front. So there's only a portion of that $12,774 that would be lost in the actual labor that's been done to date. So a portion of that hardware would be ours, the doors, and it could be used in the entrance under the new concept. So that's not a total loss on it. The total cost to remove it, if we don't go ahead, we'd have to negotiate that with the contractor. It's probably something in the range of a few $1,000 reinstatements.
Okay. Further questions or comments, members of council, on the motion? With no comments or questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And I'm in favor, so it's passed. We'll now move on to, that's it, folks. That's it for the agenda this evening, for the committee of the whole agenda. Are there any notices of motion, members? With no notices of motion, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Demery, Councillor Kenny, are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. We'll now move on to the council agenda, members. Madam Clerk, are there any addendum items?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is one addendum item this evening. The bylaw associated with an item on your agenda, the bylaw to establish a schedule of rates and fees for the West Side Arena, Centennial Pool, Roselawn Center, Nickel Beach, and municipal playing fields has been withdrawn because the staff report was amended during committee of the whole.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of council, I need a motion to confirm the agenda, please. Councillor Bodner, Councillor Kenny, any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Disclosures of interest. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Declare a conflict on item number 7 as I represent an employee of the firm mentioned in the item.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further disclosures, members? With none, move on to the adoption of the minutes. I have two sets of minutes here. The minutes of the 42nd meeting regular of council of November 28th, 2011, and the minutes of the 43rd meeting special of council dated December 5th, 2011. Questions or comments? Mover and seconder. Councillor Kenny. Councillor Elliott. All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to items requiring a separate discussion. I have, for the conflict, Councillor Kenny.
Yes, I'll poll number 7 for Councillor Elliott's comment.
And for the recorded vote, Councillor Elliott.
Item 19.
Thank you. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to bring item number 16 forward for a recorded vote, please.
Thank you. Further items lifting, members of council? On the remainder of the items, members, mover and seconder, please. Councillor Danch, Councillor Bodner, all in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Items for consideration, we'll start off with item 7. Councillor Kenny.
Thank you, Your Worship. That the Department of Community and Corporate Services report number 2011-52, subject appointment of auditors, be approved, recommending 1, that the Council of the City of Port Colborne appoint the auditors Grant Thornton for 5 years, being 2011 to 2015 included, and 2, that the staff prepare the bylaw for such appointment.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Bodner. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 19 for a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Hall front vestibule improvements. Council direction required. Put forth the motion to accept the original design as accepted previously and called for a recorded vote.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Kenny. Ms. Grigg. Ms. Grigg, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify for the motion on the floor for council's consideration is the motion that was passed during committee of the whole, which was to go for the revised quote that was received.
Okay, so I'm assuming you don't want to move that.
What's that?
I'm assuming you don't want to move that because you voted against it, but you are lifting it. So do I have a member of council that wants to move that? Councillor Desmarais, do I have a seconder on that? Councillor Steele. To put it on the floor, and it is to go with the revised, okay, just so everybody's clear on that. Councillor Elliott has asked for a recorded vote. Ms. Grigg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Request has been received for a recorded vote from Councillor Elliott in accordance with this procedural bylaw. I'll call the name of each councillor present in alphabetical order to vote. Upon hearing your name, please indicate either yes or no to the motion on the floor. Mayor Badaway?
Yes.
Councillor Bodner?
Yes.
Councillor Butters?
No.
Councillor Danch?
No.
Councillor Desmarais?
Yes.
Councillor Doucette?
Yes.
Councillor Elliott?
No.
Councillor Kenny?
No.
Councillor Steele?
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of council will now move on to item 16. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move the Chief Administrative Officer, Special Projects and Strategic Initiatives Division, report number 2011-09, subject review of P3 request for proposals, call for provision of full-service marine service shop at Sugarloaf Harbor for 2012 be approved, recommending the council approve the award of the request for proposals for the provision of a full-service marine service shop to Marlon Marine Inc., subject to a signed agreement to provide the city with an audited copy of the firm's financial statement for the 2012 season, along with a requirement for separate identification of all revenues generated at the Marine Center and verified by audit. I call this forward for a recorded vote.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Steele, are you actually moving that recommendation, or are you just bringing it up?
I'm bringing it up for a recorded vote.
Okay. Do I have a mover to that recommendation, please? Councillor Elliott, do I have a seconder? Councillor Bodner. Okay, so it's on the floor, and a recorded vote's been requested.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A recorded vote has been requested from Councillor Steele on item 16 on your agenda. Upon hearing your name, please indicate either yes or no to the motion on the floor. Mayor Badaway?
No.
Councillor Bodner?
Yes.
Councillor Butters?
No.
Councillor Danch?
Yes.
Councillor Desmarais?
Yeah.
Councillor Doucette?
No.
Councillor Elliott?
Yes.
Councillor Kenny?
No.
Councillor Steele?
No?
The motion is lost.
Thank you, Ms. Grigg. Members of council, I'll be looking for direction. Councilor Doucette.
Just a comment first, and then maybe CA Ohio can give us some direction. There were two people in this, two companies in this, on this particular RFP. Would we not automatically go to the other individual, the other corporation apart from this one? Or do we need to go through the process over again?
At this point, Your Worship, there is direction required from council. The option you have is to accept another tender or another bid. The lowest or any is not necessarily accepted when it is put out for a request for proposal. Or you can direct staff to go back and do it again, seek proposals, or you can elect that we do it in-house.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Councillor?
Trying to find the report because I can't remember the number.
Is there any further questions or comments while I allow Councillor Doucette to get his notes together? Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess it's always speculative. If you go back out, when you only had, I believe, 2 people tender on it, and that wasn't all that long ago, are we going to waste time and money going out again? I guess that's just a statement as well as anything. I'll see what Councillor Doucette has to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Desmarais, and then Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd actually like to hear if there's any staff comments on doing it in-house.
Mr. Sinez.
Through Mr. Mayor, doing the marine services in-house would be partial services. We don't have the resources for lift-ins and lift-outs at this point in time. The Marine Service Center itself, we don't have mechanics. Haven't done sales of boat motors and fixing the boats in the service center, that type of thing. But part of lift-ins and lift-outs is part of the winter storage too, putting them on the particular what do you call them? Cradles, thank you. We don't have those cradles. Obviously, we'd have to purchase them if we had to do that. So at this point in time, we don't have all the resources to do that particular work.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Steele?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you to Peter. Peter, with regards to the apartment that we had rented, I believe it's no longer being rented for our recruitment of doctors program.
Mr. Sinez?
So it's no longer, so it's not in this.
Mr. Sinez, if I can have his answer.
So this is so that fee is no longer in next year's budget, correct?
Correct.
Correct, okay. With regards to this property, we have obviously own the building, and there is an apartment in there. Can that, if we wanted to continue that program, this would be no cost for us. Could we use that apartment for that program?
Mr. Sinez?
It is available. It is part of this RFP, but there is, it would be, right now we're looking at, I think in this particular proposal is $500 that we'd be getting for the apartment. So it wouldn't cost us anything other than utilities, but it also, we wouldn't have the revenue that we'd be bringing in if we were to rent it out.
I understand that. That was a question I wanted to ask because.
Yeah, because it's part of this proposal. Yeah. It doesn't have to be either.
Yeah, I just wonder if it would be compatible for that program.
Mr. Howell, do you want to comment? No, it's been done.
The question's been answered, sir.
Councillor Elliott, back to Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. if we go to the other company, can you explain to me who Port Colborne Yacht Harbor and Marine Limited is, what their experience in this industry is, where they've been located before? Generally, when we've been going through tenders, we usually talk about the experience in the field, how well they've done, customer service, what they're going to bring, what the value adds are. I've never heard of the company before. They say Port Colborne Yacht Harbor and Marine Limited. I don't believe I've ever heard that name before, and yet we're going to award a contract to somebody that I, for one, have never heard of this before. So if somebody can explain to me who they are and what business they've done before.
I'm going to go to you in a second, Peter. Port Colborne Yacht Harbor was actually the group that used to own Port Colborne Yacht Harbor, which this company eventually morphed from. When the Pigeons owned it, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Mr. Tamplain, Ross Tamplain, who is Port Colborne Yacht and Marine over on King Street, Port Colborne Marine, that's the other person, the other entity that's been on this. He was actually in that business, and I believe was in partnership with the Pigeons and Al Slattery at one time before it actually became who actually owns it today. So I can say with some confidence that there's a bit of experience there. And of course knowledge based even on the business he is involved in now. Mr. Sinez?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say it's Port Colborne Marine on King Street, and they're well aware of the business and in the business.
Okay. Councillor Bodner.
Just to go back and touch on Councillor Steele's about the apartment. Sitting on that physician recruitment committee, we determined we don't need an apartment. So just so we don't muddy the waters with that, you know, so yeah.
Okay. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Now that I've got my act together and I finally got a report, by the way, if anyone's looking for it, is at page 139. Okay. I would like to put a motion on the floor to have Port Colborne Yacht Harbor and Marine Limited, that amount accepted and a contract be drawn up.
Have a second to that, please. Councillor Steele. Are there any questions or comments to that recommendation? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Call for a recorded vote.
Opposed? In favor? 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1, 2, 3. Okay, now you can call for a recorded vote. That was passed, by the way. May change now.
A recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Elliott. Upon hearing your name, please indicate either yes or no to the motion on the floor, the revised motion on the floor. Mayor Badaway?
Yes.
Councillor Bodner?
No.
Councillor Butters?
Yes.
Councillor Danch?
Oh.
Councillor Desmarais?
Yes.
Councillor Doucette?
Yes.
Councillor Elliott?
No.
Councillor Kenny?
Yes.
Councillor Steele?
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move on to the minutes of boards, commissions, and committees. We have a few sets of minutes here. I'll be looking for a mover and seconder, members of council. The minutes of the Joint Board of Management, Niagara Region Courts meeting of October 12, 2011. The minutes of the Seniors Advisory Council meeting of September 15, 2011, as well as October 20, 2011. The minutes of the Canal Days Committee meeting of October 19, 2011. And finally, the minutes of the Port Colborne Transit Advisory Committee meeting of September 21st, 2011. Mover and seconder, please. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Kenny, Councillor Butters. Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. Are there any notices of motion, members? With none, Madam Clerk, the introduction of the bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I would also like to note that the bylaw associated with item 16 has also been withdrawn, and the remainder of the bylaws have been renumbered to suit. So the motion on the floor is that the following bylaws be read a first, second, third time and finally passed. Bylaw 57301611 being a bylaw to dedicate certain lands as a public highway, Hillcrest Road turning circle, and to repeal bylaw 56629311. Bylaw 57311611 being a bylaw to establish a schedule of rates and fees for cutting of weeds in the year 2012. Bylaw 57321611 being a bylaw to establish and amend service fees for the Bylaw Enforcement Division and to amend various bylaws. Bylaw 57331611 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 5503-110 being a bylaw to manage and regulate municipal parks. Bylaw 57341611 being a bylaw to establish a schedule of rates for corporate services. Bylaw 57351611 being a bylaw to establish penalty charges and interest charges on payments due to the municipality for 2012. Bylaw 57361611 being a bylaw to provide for an interim tax levy for the year 2012. Bylaw 57371611 being a bylaw to authorize temporary borrowing of $4 million for 2012. Bylaw 57381611 being a bylaw to appoint auditors. Bylaw 57391711 being a bylaw to appoint named Blue Knight security employees as a bylaw enforcement officer. Bylaw 57401711 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 11509781 respecting part lot 3, concession 1, geographic township of Humberston, now in the city of Port Colborne, municipally known as 890 Pleasant Beach Road. Bylaw 57411711 being a bylaw to authorize entering into a contract agreement with the Welland Tribune to produce the Niagara South Coast Visitor Guide 2012 to 2013. Bylaw 57421711 being a bylaw to authorize entering into a lease agreement with Hospitality on Hand Catering and Consulting regarding restaurant operations at Sugarloaf Marina. And finally, bylaw 5743174111 being a bylaw to enter into an agreement for naming rights for the Port Colborne Health and Wellness Center and to name the Health and Wellness Center.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do I have a mover and seconder, please? For those bylaws, Councillor Bodner, Councillor Elliott. Are there any questions or comments to those bylaws? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Madam Clerk, the confirmatory bylaw, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the following bylaw be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Bylaw 5744175111 being a bylaw to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Port Colborne at its special and regular meetings of Council December 12, 2011.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of Council, I need a motion to move the confirmatory bylaw, please. Councillor Butters, Councillor Danch. Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, members, I do want to give notice that we are meeting tomorrow evening here in the chamber, December 13th at 5:30 p.m. I guess this isn't any good for you folks because you're not seeing this show until 7 o'clock, so get your jacket on and come on down here because I'm sure it'll go late. But yes, once again, budget meeting tomorrow evening, December 13th here in the chamber, beginning at 5:30 p.m. And finally, I do want to take this opportunity to first thank members of council, congratulate you for getting through your first year together. I know it's been challenging to some extent at some times, but I really have to congratulate you. You've really taken on that team approach, working with each other as well as staff. Although we may not always agree, we are still a team. Don't point that thing here. But and it's worked out quite well. So I want to thank you for that and congratulate you for your first year under your belt. And finally, to the folks out throughout the community and beyond, throughout the region of Niagara, I, on behalf of council, our families, and our staff here, want to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas, a happy holiday season, happy Hanukkah, as well as a prosperous New Year. And please, have a safe holiday. Please don't drink and drive. Really put your keys in that bowl, leave them there if you've been drinking, and call a taxi, take transit, have a friend drive you home. By all means, make it a safe holiday season, and enjoy it with family and friends as you well should. And we'll see you back here in 2012. So members of council, with that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Steele, seconded by Councillor Doucette. All those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. We adjourn.
You got a wheel?